Chapter 45:77. Countless people gathered towards the Mountain Sea Palace. There was a large hall inside the Mountain Sea Palace. It was extremely spacious and could accommodate anyone who wanted to enter. At this moment, there were several figures standing in the hall. The soul auras of these figures were abnormally huge. There were terrifying demonic beasts crawling beside them. These people were wearing Taoist robes with an eye embroidered on their sleeves. It was extremely mysterious. There were different kinchins shining in the eye. According to the number, these people's identities were different. For example, a one-soul beast tamer Saint Master had a rune in his eye. At this moment, the people here were all elders of the Mountain Sea Palace. They were extremely powerful. Many of them had 5 runes on their sleeves. This meant that they were 5-soul beast tamer Saint Masters. There was even a person with 6 runes waving in the eye on his sleeve. His identity was even more terrifying. Apart from them, there was also a young man standing there. This young man was extremely handsome and had a tall and straight figure. If Lin Xian and the others were here, they would definitely be shocked. This was because they knew this person. It was the number 1 genius of the Green Clan, Qing Chen. At this moment, Qing Chen was standing in front of an elder. That elder was sitting on a black tortoise. The soul on his body was abnormally terrifying. There were 5 runes in the eye on his sleeve, indicating that he was a 5-soul beast tamer Saint Master. Greetings, Master. Qing Chen bowed respectfully to the elder on the black tortoise. The black tortoise elder smiled. Qin, you don't have to be so polite. Let me see how strong you have been recently. He glanced at Qing Chen and then smiled. Not bad. It seems like you are already an extremely powerful existence among the 2-soul beast tamer Saint Masters. After this Mountain Sea tournament, come to the Mountain Sea Palace to cultivate with me. I guarantee that you will become a 3-soul beast tamer Saint Master in the shortest time possible. Hearing this, Qing Chen's eyes lit up. He smiled and said, Thank you, Master. You don't have to thank me. You are very young and your future achievements are limitless. Moreover, your talent is very good. It is my fortune to be able to teach you. Another elder smiled and said, Elder Xian, I'm afraid it is not possible for you to take away your disciple so quickly. I heard that this little guy is going to marry a proud daughter of heaven immediately after the Mountain Sea tournament. Is that so? The old man from the black tortoise was also surprised as he looked at Qing Chen. Qing Chen smiled. There was indeed such a thing. I want to marry Xiao Xiu of the Xiao clan, so it was that little brat. Elder Xian Gui nodded and smiled. Her talent was not bad and she was a genius. She was indeed worthy of you. However, I've heard that it's unlikely for her to get into the top 10. Don't worry, Chenair. With your strength, defeating her is not a problem. Thank you for your praise, Shizhuan. In the distance, the people from the Green Clan also smiled. This was great. The Mountain Sea trials hadn't even started yet, but their number 1 genius had already obtained the approval of the Mountain Sea Palace's elder and had successfully become his disciple. This was great news for them. As for the Xiao clan's battle, what a joke. No matter how strong Xiao Xiu was, she wouldn't be a match for Qing Chen. Therefore, there were no surprises in this engagement. After marrying Xiao Xiu, they would think of a way to swallow up the Xiao clan. At that time, no one would be their match. Just as he was thinking about it, another person walked over from afar. These people were also riding on strange beasts, and their auras were extremely frightening. The people from the Green Clan turned around and smiled. They had come at the right time. The leader of the Green Clan went up with a smile. So it was the leader of the Xiao clan. Long time no see. How are you now? The people who came were from the Xiao clan. The leader was also a middle-aged man with an extremely frightening aura. He was also the leader of the Xiao clan. Greetings, Taoist Qing. The leader of the Xiao clan returned the greeting. Then, these older people walked forward. It seemed that they had something to talk about. Only the younger generation were left. The younger disciples of the Xiao clan looked around curiously. Those who came were the participants of the test. As for those who came to watch the competition, they were still behind. The competition would be held here later. Xiao Yunshu looked around with a face full of excitement. Soon, the great hall would be filled with people. Countless experts and saints would be watching the battle, and they would be competing here. If they succeeded, they would soar into the sky and become famous. They might even be chosen by the Mountain Sea Palace as a disciple. This was an unparalleled honor. In front, the people from the Green Clan walked over. The leader was Qing Qin. Qing Qin looked at Xiao Shiyu and smiled. Xiao Shiyu, I will marry you very soon. Xiao Shiyu snorted coldly. I have said that you have no hope. Shiyu, do you really think that you can get into the top 10? It is impossible for you. Qing Qin shook his head. She was not qualified. At the same time, he frowned. He realized that there was a figure following beside Xiao Shiyu. It seemed to be Xiao Shiyu's assistant. What surprised him was that the assistant was a man. Moreover, it was the person he met previously. Suddenly, his face darkened. Didn't I say that you are not allowed to have other people around you? Kid, do you want to die? He stared at Lin Xian. Suddenly, a terrifying soul energy exploded. The surrounding people were shocked. They didn't know what had made Qing Qin so angry. The people from the Xiao clan were also on guard. Xiao Shiyu's face darkened. She said coldly, What do you want? Do you want to fight here? Let me warn you. Don't forget where you are. Lin Xian frowned. This was the third time that this guy had targeted him. He even sent people to kill him. Did he really think that he was a pushover? A cold light flashed in Tali's eyes. Since you want to die, I will fulfill your wish. As he said that, he walked up to Qing Qin. The surrounding people were shocked. Who was this kid? How dare he go against Qing Qin? Did he want to die? The people from the Green Clan sneered. Xiao Shiyu stopped Lin Xian and said, This is the territory of the Mountain Sea Palace. We have to abide by the rules. We can't fight here. Lin Xian nodded. Okay, I will let him live a little longer. After the Mountain Sea trials, it will be his death. Damn kid. This is what I want to say to you. Qing Qin snorted coldly. His eyes were filled with killing intent. No one had ever dared to challenge him. Moreover, he was now a member of the Mountain Sea Summit. He had become a disciple of the Mountain Sea Palace's elder. His status was much higher than Xiao Shiyu's. Not to mention, he was just a mere disciple. It would be a piece of cake for him to kill Qing Qin. Xiao Shiyu, it was not a wise choice for you to find such a guy. I advise you to tell him to get lost. Otherwise, he might implicate the entire Xiao clan. Also, you are mine. No one can change that. Qing Qin snorted coldly. His eyes were filled with confidence and dominance. The people from the Xiao clan were on high alert. They had no choice. The other party was too strong. Even Xiao Shiyu looked solemn. Lin Xian, on the other hand, was stunned. Where did he get his confidence from? You. Fortunately, we can't fight here. Otherwise, you would have been a dead man by now. I'll give you a chance. Start running now. After the Mountain Sea trials ends, run as far as you can. This way, you can live a little longer. Otherwise, once the Mountain Sea trials ends, it will be your death. Lin Xian was also determined to kill. Chapter 4578. All right, let's not bother about this guy. Let's go. Xiao Shiyu was afraid that the two of them would fight, so she pulled Lin Xian and left. Seeing this scene, the surrounding people were all stupefied, especially the people from the Green Clan. They couldn't believe it. Wasn't this the person that their genius had taken a fancy to? She was actually with someone else. It was unbelievable. Qing Qin's face turned green in an instant. He was about to go crazy from anger. The elders in the distance also saw it. The Green Clan Grand Elder's face darkened. The Green Clan leader even said, Fellow cultivators from the Xiao clan, what's going on? I hope you can give us an explanation. The faces of the people from the Shao clan turned ugly. The Shao clan leader frowned. What's going on? The three elders sighed. Shao Shiyu is too young. We will educate her when we get back. The seventh elder sneered. Who are you to educate my daughter? What did my daughter do wrong? Moreover, who agreed to it? I didn't agree. My daughter also didn't agree to the marriage. Hearing this, the Shao clan leader's face turned even uglier. Drizzle's uncle's lips curled up into a cold smile. Great, it seems like we have angered the Qing clan. They will kill this kid next. Lin Xian and Shao Shiyu walked away, leaving behind the furious Qing Qin. He swore that he would kill that kid and make Shao Shiyu regret it. When he shone in the mountain sea beast fighting competition, he would make these two kneel at his feet. At this moment, another person walked over. His appearance attracted the attention of the others. Instantly, many people exclaimed. They forgot about what happened before and stared at that person, discussing. That person should be Mu Linfeng. So handsome. That's right, it's him. Many people's eyes lit up. He was also a top genius. Moreover, he had reached the two-spirit beast tamer Saint Master level. He was a genius on the same level as Qing Qin. As expected, even the people from the Green clan looked solemn, although their family's #1 genius was famous in Shanghai City. There were 3 people who could be on the same level as Qing Qin. One of them was Mu Linfeng. The other 2 were Gu Yu and Han Xiu. They were all top geniuses. The people of the Shao clan looked at Mu Lingfeng with envy. How good would it be if the Shao clan had such a top-notch genius? Although Shao Shiyu was also an incredible genius, compared to these few people, she was still a little lacking. On the other side, Shao Shiyu was whispering to Lin Xian. Lin Xian also looked at Mu Lingfeng. Indeed, he could feel an extremely powerful soul aura from Mu Lingfeng. One had to say that Shanghai City had many beast-taming geniuses. Mu Linfeng's eyes were also very mysterious. He must have mastered some kind of powerful eye technique. Things were getting more and more interesting. He wondered how strong the other 2 top experts were. At the same time, he also understood why Shao Shiyu was so worried. It would not be easy to get into the top 10 among such people. This was because these were only the geniuses on the surface. There were still some hidden geniuses who might soar into the sky. In addition, there were some people from other clans whose strength was not weaker than Shao Shiyu's. It would be extremely difficult for him to fight his way out of this place. However, Lin Xian was confident that with his help, they would be able to sweep through everything. Who were those people? Lin Xian was surprised. He was not paying attention to the younger generation, but to the few elders whose aura was abnormally terrifying. Even he felt a chill down his spine. Shao Shiyu also looked over and said, they were from Shanghai Palace, and they were elders of Shanghai Palace. They should be 5-spirit, beast-taming Saint Masters. They could control late-stage, Saint King beasts. They could even control peak, Saint King beasts. Their strength was terrifying. Shanghai Palace? It was indeed worthy of its reputation. Lin Xian's eyes shone with a cold light. At the same time, the elders of the Mountain Sea Palace also frowned slightly as they looked in their direction. What was going on? The Green clan was surprised. The elder frowned slightly. His sharp eyes flashed. It seemed that an eye technique expert had arrived. However, he did not know where he was hiding. The other elders of Shanghai Palace were also surprised. They did feel an extremely shocking soul power just now. This time it was really interesting. They hoped to meet some interesting dark horses. Then the other beast-taming clans arrived one after another. They bowed to each other and then greeted the people of Shanghai Palace. At this moment, more powerful people arrived. Their auras were incomparably terrifying, and their laws were overflowing. They were not beast tamers, but other terrifying laws. Obviously, there were not beast tamer clans, but other sections. Countless people were surprised. Shao Shiyu's pupils shrank. She said that they were from Wanhua clan. Lin Xian looked over carefully. As expected, they felt a familiar aura from them. It was said that Wanhua clan practiced the Wanhua divine technique. It was a very magical, unique technique that could break down any power. This technique made people despair. Lin Xian had seen it before. It was indeed magical. Besides Wanhua clan, some of the big sects around Shanghai Palace also came. They were here to watch the Shanghai beast fights. Every Shanghai beast fight was a ranking of the beast tamer clans in Shanghai City. They had close cooperation with these beast tamer clans. Naturally, they were very concerned. Not long after, another exclamation was heard. A woman walked over. This woman had a fierce aura. She was one of the top geniuses. Her name was Han Qiu. Her appearance also attracted a lot of attention. Speaking of which, Han Qiu's reputation was even above Xiao Shiyu's. 3 top geniuses had already appeared. There was still Guyu. Was he not here yet? Countless people were surprised. At this moment, a voice came from afar. Guyu walked over. He was wearing a black robe. He was like a ghost. It was very strange. He was very fast. Not only that, everyone was shocked to find that there was a pair of eyes embroidered on his sleeve. It was very strange, and there were 3 runes in the eyes. 3 soul, beast tamer master. God, how was this possible? The surrounding people were all stunned. Even those geniuses were surprised. Xiao Shiyu's pupils shrank. 3 soul, beast tamer master was too strong. He was even more terrifying than Qing Qin. One had to know that Qing Qin was only a 2-soul beast tamer master. In his opinion, no one in the younger generation could become a 3-soul beast tamer master. But the other party did it. It was over. Who would be a match for the other party in this Shanghai beast fights? Qing Chen's face also turned cold. He did not expect that the other party would break through before the fight. It was really despicable. He gritted his teeth. On the other side, Han Qiu's eyes were also shining. The people from the big sects around were also surprised. Many of them had already started to prepare. After the fight, they would immediately befriend this person. This was a top genius. If they could cooperate with them, their future achievements would be limitless. Chapter 4579. Those beast tamer clans were even more envious. At this moment, an elder of the Mountain Sea Palace walked out. He waved his hands, and thunder rumbled in all directions. The entire palace fell silent. Hundreds of millions of warriors looked forward. Elder 7 spirits looked around. Then he smiled and said, "Welcome to the Mountain Sea Palace. I now announce the start of the Mountain Sea Beast Trials. All participants will enter the square in front." His words were very simple. After he finished speaking, many people walked up. At the same time, formations and enchantments appeared around them. They covered the entire square. Everyone else sucked in a deep breath. The people from those clans had also come. They were all watching, incomparably nervous. They wondered how far the geniuses of their clans could go. Elder 7 Spirit said, "You have 2 days for the first round of the competition. In 2 days, you will successfully subdue a sacred king-level beast. Those who complete the task within the specified time will advance to the next round. Otherwise, you will be eliminated. Now you have 30 minutes to prepare. The competition will begin in 30 minutes. As soon as he finished speaking, those people around took a deep breath. This was within their expectations. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn was up, a spatial crack opened above the square. Then, countless figures of demon beasts walked out. Each of them was extremely terrifying. They roared as soon as they appeared. Everyone found that these beasts were chained. Apparently, they were suppressed by the people of the Mountain Sea Palace. Those beast tamers who participated in the competition took a deep breath. They looked up and were about to choose a beast to suppress. At this moment, Elder 7 Spirits said, "The competition will begin now." As soon as he finished speaking, those chains of law in the sky kept collapsing. One beast after another rushed over. What was going on? Countless people were shocked. What was going on? They all looked at the Mountain Sea Palace. An elder of a clan said, "Is there something wrong with the formation and the chains?" The elder of the Mountain Sea Palace said with a smile, "There is nothing wrong. Everything is happening in the competition. This competition will not use chains to suppress the beasts. Instead, the beasts will be controlled while they are free to move." What? As soon as he finished speaking, those people around were all stunned. The difficulty had more than doubled. In fact, it had increased by several times. One had to know that normally, when they controlled demonic beasts, they would use array formations to seal them and use laws to suppress them. Then he began to control it. Although it might not succeed, it wouldn't be too dangerous. But now it was different. These demonic beasts had no restrictions. Once the control failed, it was very likely that he would be injured or even killed. Sure enough, the faces of the contestants inside the formation also turned ugly. Why didn't you tell us in advance? If they knew, they could have made such preparations in advance. The upper elder of the Mountain Sea Palace said loudly, "Every true beast tamer had to go through hardships. Besides, the Mountain Sea Palace doesn't want good-for-nothings. If they can't even pass this test, they won't be qualified to be a top-level beast tamer." He was even less qualified to join the Mountain Sea Palace. "If you're afraid of death, say it now. I'll give you a chance to leave. But from now on, you won't have any chance to enter the Mountain Sea Palace." A loud and clear voice rang out, and everyone in the square fell silent. They gritted their teeth. How could we give up? That is, we are the hope of our family, and we will not give up. These people had been through hundreds of battles. Although the situation was beyond their expectations, they would not give up just like that. Xiao Xiu also looked serious. "Lin Gongzi, you have to be very careful from now on." At this moment, a figure walked out from beside her. It was Qing Qin. Qing Qin said, "Xiu, be careful. If you can't hold on, you can ask me for help. I won't let you get hurt." After saying that, he laughed heartily and walked forward. There was also a man beside him. The man's energy was also extremely terrifying. He was Qing Chen's assistant. Damn it, what an arrogant guy. Xiao Xiu gritted her teeth, but she still looked forward. Those people around did not act rashly. They were all thinking about how to subdue that demonic beast. However, Qing Chen did not care at all. He rushed forward directly. In front of them, a demonic beast charged forward. Qing Chen sneered, "It's you. Do it." Then the man in black armor next to him formed a seal with his palms. Immediately, 2 mountains were formed and slammed forward. The 2 mountains were tens of thousands of feet tall. They tore through the sky. They suppressed the demonic beast in front of them. That godly eagle kept shaking, letting out crazy roars. Endless thunderbolts appeared on its body. The demonic beasts around were also furious. They wanted to rush over. At this moment, Qing Qin stepped forward. Endless blade, light appeared in his eyes, and he slashed forward. The other demonic beasts were terrified. They felt the suppression of their souls. Even the contestants around turned pale. Eye of the blade. It was so terrifying. Many demonic beasts were scared away. Qing Chun walked down and looked at the godly thunderbolt hawk. He started to exert an eye technique. He was controlling it. It was so powerful. Countless beast tamers exclaimed. Then they all started to act. Someone took out a scroll and formed a space enchantment to trap the demonic beast. Someone also extended a soul hand to suppress everything. A terrifying energy erupted. Divine light flashed in the sky. Seeing the people around them, they were shocked. Lin Xian looked around. He first stared at Qing Qin. He had to admit that his opponent was indeed very strong, especially that eye technique. It was extremely sharp. The controlled thunderclap, godly hawk let out a roar and kept shaking. Obviously, this was a very overbearing method of control. Even if it succeeded, the godly thunderbolt hawk's soul would be injured. Its power would be greatly reduced. Under normal circumstances, beast tamers would not do this, because it would cause the demonic beast to lose its strength. But now, Qing Qin did not care. In order to be the first to complete the task, he used such a harsh method. Besides him, the people around him also used various methods. Some used soul light techniques. Some used sound attacks. Some used soul techniques. They really used all kinds of methods. It made people gasp in amazement. At this moment, many people were shocked, because they found that Gu Yu was also attacking. He was alone and did not need any help. He formed a seal with his palms. Endless laws formed a space enchantment. It directly enveloped a rainbow butterfly. Then he threw out a ball of soul flame and started to burn the butterfly's soul. The rainbow-colored butterfly frantically tried to defend itself, letting out a terrified roar. It looked like it could not hold on at all. Too strong, as expected of a three-soul beast tamer Saint Master. There was no problem in controlling such a demonic beast. He could do it easily. Outside, the people from the other families were also discussing. The people of the Green Clan smiled. Apart from a few people who could pose a threat to Qing Qin, the rest of them were no match for him. This time, the top three would not be a problem. If they were lucky, they could even fight for first place. Chapter 4580. The Saint Kings from the Thousand Transformation sect also laughed. As expected of young Master Qing Qin, the #1 genius of the Green Clan, he was indeed strong. With his talent, it would not be a problem for him to become a top beast tamer in the future. It seemed that their cooperation with the Green Clan could continue. The elders of the Green Clan were also very satisfied. They laughed. That was for sure. The leader of the Green Clan also nodded. This kid's achievements in the future will definitely surpass mine. Unfortunately, that Xiao Xiu did not know what was good for her. She actually went with someone at this time. How ridiculous. Just wait and see. She will pay the price. The leader of the Green Clan looked at Xiao Xiu and Lin Xian with a cold light in his eyes. At this moment, there was a change in the square in front of them. The rainbow butterfly roared and surrendered. Everyone was surprised. That was fast. How long had it been? He had already subdued it? As expected of a beast tamer with 3 souls. Soon, with a roar, the thunderclap hawk also surrendered and crawled under Qing Chen's feet. Qing Chen's lips curled into a smile. Not bad. The difference between the two was not that long. The elder of the Green Clan nodded. Next, Mu Lingfeng, Han Qiu, Guyu, and the others also completed their subduing. They were very fast, far faster than the others. They could be said to belong to the first echelon. They were the most dazzling few. The elders of the Mountain Sea Palace also nodded slightly. Not bad. The first place would probably belong to one of them. Elder Feiyu, you acted fast. You actually took Guyu as your disciple. Many people looked at a woman and said with a smile. Their eyes were filled with envy. Elder Feiyu was also a beast tamer with 5 souls. He laughed. Of course I acted fast. Otherwise, when the competition was over, you would all be fighting for supremacy. Indeed, the elders of the Mountain Sea Palace all had their eyes on these top geniuses. They all wanted to take them as their disciples. However, Guyu and Qing Qin had already taken 2 elders as their disciples. Only Mu Lingfeng and Han Qiu were left. Out of these 2 people, they had to snatch one. The other elders looked around. There were so many elders. It must be a fierce competition to take 2 of them. They had better look at the other geniuses. At this moment, someone revealed a look of surprise. This little fellow was not bad. The one who spoke was an old woman. She had a head full of silver hair and looked very benevolent. At this moment, she was staring at a beautiful figure. This was the illusory sound song. It seemed like she was from the Shao clan. If he guessed correctly, she should be the #1 genius of the Shao clan, Xiao Xiu. Elder Xian Gui also turned his head and smiled. That's right, he is engaged to my disciple. However, even though you're the number one genius of the Shao clan, you're still lacking compared to my disciple." When he said this, his eyes were filled with pride. "Is that so? How come I didn't see it?" Elder Yen Luo laughed. Although she had a head full of white hair, her face was like that of a 20-year-old woman. It could be said to be very magical. She said, things had not reached the last step, so it was better not to jump to conclusions too early. If he could get into the top 10, perhaps there was no need to continue this engagement. "Elder Yen Luo, it's not that I want to criticize you, but do you think highly of her?" However, it was impossible for him to enter the top 10. Elder Black Tortoise snorted. Below, Xiao Shiyu still did not know that the elders of the Mountain Sea Palace were fighting for her. At this moment, she took a deep breath, took out her jade flute, and began to perform the illusory sound song. What she wanted to subdue was an owl with 6 heads. It was a very strange and terrifying demonic beast. Lin Xian walked up and slapped the owl with his palm. His huge hand swept through the air and enveloped the 6-headed owl. The owl roared, and its 6 heads shot out fire, lightning, and hailstones. It was obvious that it was proficient in many laws. In front of the golden hand, everything was useless. It was directly suppressed to the ground. This scene caused many people to be surprised. This little guy's physique was not bad. He could actually withstand so many laws. It seemed like he was a body refinement expert. Discussions broke out one after another. The people of the Shao clan were also surprised. It seemed like they had underestimated Lin Xian. Qing Chen's eyes flickered. He had completed his task, so he stood aside and watched the battle. When he saw Lin Xian's strength, a glint appeared in his eyes. This person's physique was not ordinary. He asked the man in armor next to him, "Black Armor, can you tell what kind of physique he has cultivated?" Black Armor looked at him and frowned. He could not tell unless he attacked with his full strength. "Forget it." Qing Chen shook his head. So what if he was strong? He could not be compared to him. If he wanted to kill him, he could use his demonic beast to tear him into pieces. Lin Xian suppressed the owl with 6 heads. Xiao Shiyu quickly moved, and the illusory sound song turned into an attack to control it. Now that she was a 2-soul beast tamer, it was not difficult for her to control the owl. As expected, she succeeded in a short while. The owl surrendered. Seeing this, the people of the Shao clan laughed. Great, Xiao Shiyu succeeded. Xiao Shiyu's uncle's face was cold. Soon he also laughed because he found that his daughter, Xiao Yu, had also succeeded. There were 2 people left. They looked down. Xiao Yunshu was very serious. She had just broken through and became a 1-soul beast tamer. Now that she encountered such a situation, she was naturally nervous. At this moment, she was staring at an Arctic crocodile. The Arctic crocodile emitted a strong chill that froze the world. Beside her, Mr. Xiao Yao used 2 soul hands to suppress it, and she used the illusory sound song with all her might. In the meantime, she felt the chill and frost formed on her body, but in the end she succeeded. The Arctic crocodile surrendered under her feet. That's great. She succeeded in passing. She turned to look and found that Xiao Shiyu had also completed. The 2 looked at each other and smiled. Xiao Shiyu said, "Sister Yunshu, do your best. Let's continue." Xiao Yunshu nodded. She looked at Lin Xian with shock in her eyes. She saw Lin Xian's attack earlier. She was surprised by his physique. It was stronger than she had imagined. Such a terrifying owl that knew 6 types of laws was suppressed by Lin Xian with a single slap. It could not resist at all. What kind of power was this? This despicable guy had been hiding his strength all this time. Sister Shiyu, you can do it. You can definitely enter the top 10. Xiao Yunshu took a deep breath. With Lin Xian's help, Xiao Shiyu's chances were very high. At this moment, a cold laugh was heard. Sister Yunshu, you are really ignorant. She has no chance. Even if there is a chance, it will be me. I am the number 1 genius of the Shao clan. Lin Xian heard this and turned to look. he saw a slender figure. It was Xiaoyu. The corners of Lin Xian's mouth curled up into a smile. It seemed that there were indeed many people who overestimated themselves. Shaking his head, Lin Xian ignored the other party. Xiaoyu snorted. Kid, what kind of expression is that? Are you doubting me? Chapter 4581. Lin Xian said without turning his head, You're not qualified to be our opponent. Let's go. He and She walked to the side. Xiaoyu gritted her teeth. Damn it, I'll prove it to him. I'm the strongest. A day passed by very quickly. All the demon beasts returned to the space crack with the sound of thunder and disappeared without a trace. Only those that were successfully subdued were still crawling at the feet of the crowd. Elder Qi Ling walked over and said, Those who failed, please leave. Nearly half of the people left. They were very excited before coming, but now they had to leave dejectedly. They didn't expect that they couldn't even pass the first round. The people around were also surprised. Some of them were geniuses. They were usually very strong. They didn't expect that they would be defeated. Some elders shook their heads and sighed. It was different from when they were subdued. Usually the environment was good, so they didn't have to worry. But now they had to worry about the attacks of other beasts. Naturally, their efficiency was greatly reduced. It seemed that they didn't have enough training. Next, everyone had 30 minutes to recover. After 30 minutes, Elder Qi Ling walked over again. He said, The second round of the competition will begin. This time, they had to subdue 3 beasts. Only the top 50 could successfully advance. The time limit was also 1 day. As soon as he said that, the people around went crazy. Although half of them were eliminated, there were still more than 300 people left. Now, more people would be eliminated. Only 50 people would succeed. Moreover, they had to subdue 2 or 3 beasts in 1 day. The difficulty had more than doubled compared to before. Many people's faces turned ugly. It was too difficult. It was more difficult than they imagined. Xiao Yunshu's face turned ugly. She had just become a one-soul beast tamer. With her strength, subduing 3 beasts wasn't a problem. But to do it in 1 day, she couldn't do it. Not to mention her, few people could do it. They didn't expect the second round to be so difficult. Xiao Yunshu sighed. It seemed that they could only fight with their backs against the wall. Xiao Xiu also took a deep breath. This time, there might not be 50 people who could complete it. It seemed that they had to show their true strength. She looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian nodded. Don't worry, I'll do my best to help you. Following the command, the 300 or so people who had succeeded once again attacked. The demonic beast cracks in the sky appeared, becoming incomparably terrifying. This time, there were even more of them than before. All of them were roaring at the sky. Just the terrifying aura alone was enough to make one feel as if they were facing a great enemy. Not to mention that they had to dodge the attack and control it at the same time. Moreover, they had to control 3 demonic beasts at the same time. Among them, a figure soared into the sky. A huge barrier sealed everything. His terrifying gaze turned into a blade, cutting everything. The crowd cried out in surprise. It was Qing Qin. He was really strong, like a god among the demonic beasts. Did you see that? Those demonic beasts saw him. They all backed down. Exclamations of surprise could be heard. His speed had increased by several times. He estimated that the time he could control the demonic beasts would be even shorter than before. It seemed that he had indeed not used his full strength before. Many people cried out in surprise. Elder Black Tortoise laughed. As expected of my disciple. Then he looked at Xiao Xiu and said, It seems that the difference between the two of them is like heaven and earth. This Xiao Xiu is not worthy of my disciple. What was he being so arrogant about? No one could say for sure until the end. Elder Yan Luo snorted coldly. She could not stand the smug look on his face. She said, I think this Xiao Xiu is not bad. Why? Do you want to take him as your disciple? I advise you not to do so. Elder Black Tortoise sneered. Elder Yen Luo still wanted to say something, but at this time there was a change in the square in front of them. A shocking roar sounded out, following which a terrifying power exploded out. Two figures flew backwards, coughing up large mouthfuls of blood. There were more than 10 people around them who were also affected. Everyone looked over and sucked in a breath of cold air. It turned out that the demonic beasts were angry. The two of them looked terrible. They were seriously injured. They were controlling the demonic beasts earlier. They were too anxious and controlled 2 demonic beasts at the same time. The 2 demonic beasts were angry and attacked them, causing a tremor in the surroundings. The 2 of them were seriously injured, and the people around them were also affected. Xiao Yunshu was also affected. This time, she controlled a cheetah with 3 heads. It was abnormally terrifying. She carefully controlled it, but she did not expect the demonic beasts in front of her to roar. The 3 cheetahs in front of her were also angry. They attacked her with their claws. She quickly dodged. Although she was not injured, she was still affected. Moreover, the control effect from before had completely disappeared. It would be much more difficult to control them again. Damn it! Xiao Yunshu gritted her teeth. She did not have much confidence in the first place. After this incident, she had no chance at all. Thinking of this, she was so anxious that she was about to cry. In the distance, the people of Xiao clan saw the scene and shook their heads and sighed. The red-haired elder sighed. It was too difficult for Xiao Yunshu now. Lin Xian naturally saw the scene. His soul power was very strong. He had a panoramic view of the situation in the square. When he caught sight of this, he controlled young Mr. Xiao Yao and had Xiao Yao say something. Young Master Xiao Yao walked over and said in a deep voice, "Fairy Yunshu, although you have failed this time, it is an important experience for you in your life. From now on, you will have a deeper understanding of beasts. Moreover, you will be able to watch the process of others controlling beasts. No one's life is smooth sailing. Wind and rain will only make people stronger." Xiao Yunshu was stunned. She looked at young Master Xiao Yao and said, "Thank you. I understand." She took a deep breath. She did not control the 3 cheetahs anymore. Instead, she pushed them far away. She knew that it would be futile if she continued. Rather than that, she might as well admit defeat. Not only Xiao Yunshu, there were more than 10 people like her. They knew that they were no match for her, so they gave up decisively. Xiao Yunshu came to the back to watch the battle. She looked at Xiao Shiyu. She was probably the only one in Xiao clan who could succeed. Sure enough, Xiao Shiyu fought steadily. She controlled a demonic beast. The phantom melody covered the sky and covered the ground, enveloping her opponent and attacking his soul. The demonic beast in front was a rhinoceros. It had purple runes on its body. It was abnormally terrifying. Its strength was so great that the heavens and earth cracked. However, it could not escape from Lin Xian's palm. Not only that, Lin Xian suppressed the purple rhinoceros with one hand. Then, the surrounding demonic beasts that rushed up were all slapped away by him. The situation was like slapping a fly. Xiao Yunshu was shocked. These were all Saint King-level demonic beasts, but they were easily slapped away by him. Moreover, there was more than one of them. His strength was heaven-defying. Only now did she realize that her opponent had hidden too much strength. Chapter 4582. The others were shocked as well, including the people from the Xiao clan. This lad's physique was simply too strong. Even the eyes of the Mountain Sea Palace's elders lit up when they saw him. Elder Yen Luo nodded. Xiao Yu was lucky to find such a helper. She still had hope. Elder Xian Gui frowned. But soon he stopped paying attention to it because his disciple had completed the task. The 3 demonic beasts were groveling at his feet. Qing Chen was looking down at everyone like a god. Great! Elder Xian Gui laughed happily. This time, Qing Chen was faster than Guyu. He was the first to complete the task, which attracted many people's attention. The leader of the Green Clan also laughed. Great, he was so happy. At this rate, he might be able to get the first place. Ching Chin stood there with a confident smile on his face. He glanced at Lone Moon and snorted. So what if Lone Moon was a 3-soul beast tamer? He had a strong helper who was not weaker than Lone Moon. Then he looked at Xiao Shiyu. Seeing that Xiao Shiyu was still doing it, he snorted. Just wait and see. When he successfully ascended to first place, he wanted to see how these two people would be able to contend against him. As expected of young Master Qingqin, he was indeed powerful. The expert from the Myriad Transformation clan laughed. The people from other clans and sects congratulated Qingqin. Congratulations to the leader of the Green Clan for having such a good son. I think young Master Qingqin will get the first place this time. Hearing the congratulations, the leader of the Green Clan laughed. The people of the Green Clan were also proud. Soon, roaring sounds came from the front. Gu Yu had also completed the task. Then it was Han Qiu, Mu Lingfeng, and a few others. They had all controlled 3 demonic beasts. Although they were a little behind, they were not too far behind. Their strength was almost the same. Until the end, no one would know how the rankings of these people would be decided. However, other than these few people, it was impossible for the others to complete the task, because these few people were much better than the others. The families of these few geniuses heaved a sigh of relief. Great! The people of the Xiao clan looked solemn. Qingqin and the others belonged to the first group. Xiao Shiyu was the #1 genius of the Xiao family, but in the entire Shanghai city, she belonged to the second tier. At this moment, the competition was still ongoing. There shouldn't be a problem. The 7th elder looked at his daughter's serious expression and took a deep breath. The others were also nervous. Eldest uncle, who was speaking softly, had a sneer on his face. He knew that Xiao Shiyu was going to be in trouble. Not only her, but Lin Xian beside her was also going to be in trouble, because these two people had offended Qingqin. With the strength that Qingqin had displayed, it was very likely that he would be able to obtain the first place. At that time, if the other party were to make a move, the two of them would not be able to escape death. This way, he would be able to get rid of a great enemy without having to do anything. Thinking of this, first uncle was very happy. Time passed slowly. There was only 1 day left. Most of the day had passed, and the sun was about to set. During this process, quite a few people failed, coughing out blood and suffering injuries, retreating in dejection. Of course, there were also some who succeeded, and they were very happy. There were even more who were still working hard. They had a high chance of succeeding, but if they were not careful, they might fail. Xiao Shiyu was in such a situation. The beasts in front of her were being suppressed by her palm, and she was continuously performing the hallucination song. From the start till now, she had not stopped. To her, this was a huge drain. This was because the soul resistance of these beasts was very scary. She was affected, but fortunately, she did not have to worry about the threat of other beasts. This was because any beast that dared to come close would be sent flying by Lin Xian with a slap. Lin Xian said, "Don't worry, this is the last one. There's still time. We can definitely pass." Xiao Shiyu nodded and did not say anything, but she was very grateful. With Lin Xian here, she felt that he could do anything. Countless people were paying attention to this battle, especially those from Shanghai Palace. They had to select some geniuses from here for each battle. Naturally, Qingqin and the other 3 experts were chosen. Moreover, there was no problem for these people to enter Shanghai Palace. But as for the others, they were also observing. At this moment, from afar, a cloud floated up, and there was a young man on it. He sat there lazily and looked down. His gaze swept across the area. It seemed that there were many experts this time. That was the #1 genius of the Green Clan. He was really arrogant. Did he think that he was #1 now? The young man looked at Qingqin and snorted, then turned his head to look. Mu Lingfeng was calm and composed. It seemed that he still had a trump card. This Han Qiu was also mysterious. It seemed that he had not used his full strength. This person was interesting. When the young man looked at Guyu, the corners of his mouth lifted into a smile. I finally understood why he did not need any help. The people around were very surprised to hear this. Who was this person who could level the world? When they saw the 5 runes in the eyes of the young man's sleeves, they were all stunned. He turned out to be a 5-soul beast tamer. The elders of the Mountain Sea Palace also saluted him. Greetings, Elder Ruachin. This made those from other sects even more shocked. These people were also 5-soul beast tamers, but they were so respectful to this young man. It was not hard to imagine how terrifying this young man's strength and status were. Elder Ruachin nodded slightly and looked around again. When he saw Lin Xian, his eyes lit up and the corners of his mouth lifted into a smile. Not bad. Interesting. Although this kid was not a beast tamer, his body was really amazing. He should be famous for his super strong body. To be able to hire such a person as a helper. He looked at Xiao Shiyu and nodded slightly. Although she was not as good as Qing Chen and the others, she was still in the process. However, she did not make any mistakes from the beginning to the end. It seemed that her soul foundation was very deep and her talent was not bad. If she was trained well, she would be a strong person in the future. More importantly, he could see that Xiao Shiyu was much younger than Qing Chen, Lone Moon, and the others. The experts of Shanghai Palace around were surprised. Elder Ruachin thought highly of Xiao Shiyu. It was really incredible. Elder Ruachin said calmly, "Just look around." Suddenly, he looked at Lin Xian with a look of surprise in his eyes. Then he sensed carefully, and the corners of his mouth lifted into a smile. Interesting. It was getting more and more interesting. It seemed that it was hard to tell who would win this time. The elders around were all stunned. Elder Xingui said, "Elder Ruachin, do you really think highly of Xiao Shiyu? I don't think it is possible for her to enter the top 10. Yes, she is still too young. She might have a chance next time." Another elder next to him said. Elder Yen Luo refuted. "Why? Do you doubt Elder Ruachin's words?" Chapter 4583. Elder Black Turtle's expression changed. "Of course, I don't dare to refute Elder Ruachin, but forgive me for my ignorance. I really don't see how they can win." The other elders were also discussing. Then they asked Elder Ruachin to give them some advice. Elder Ruachin stood on the cloud. The corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. Although he had the appearance of a youth, he was an old monster. He said with a smile. His focus was not on Xiao Shiyu. Xiao Shiyu was not bad, but it was a little difficult for her to get into the top 10. She was the best in the second echelon. As she grew older, she would definitely be in the first echelon. Everyone nodded. That was what they thought. So they thought that Yi Xian would not get into the top 10. Was there a problem? At that moment, Elder Ruachin changed the topic and continued. However, the assistant beside him was no ordinary individual. With his help, this time I think it will be very interesting. I don't know how far he can go. The assistant next to him. Countless elders looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian was surrounded by soul pressure. The monsters in front of him were all prostrating on the ground. Everyone was surprised. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Although he did not look back, he could feel the elders of the Mountain Sea Palace were looking at him. Thinking of that, he smiled. Did they notice something different about me? Looks like there are really strong people in the Mountain Sea Palace. Xiao Shiyu's face turned pale as well. However, she soon felt that the elders had retracted their gazes. We didn't see anything. Elder Black Turtle and others were confused. Elder Ruachin said, "It's normal that you can't see anything because this guy is hiding very well." After saying that, he did not say anything else. Instead, he sat cross-legged on the cloud. He was surprised. Although he was also a beast tamer with a martial soul, he was much stronger than Elder Black Turtle and others. Therefore, he could see that Lin Xian not only had a super strong body, but also a terrifying soul. However, The moment he looked at the other party, just as he wanted to see through the other party's secrets, he discovered that there was a pair of golden eyes above him, looking down at him as if warning him. That was an eye technique. Not only that, it was an extremely powerful eye technique. Although the young man in front of him wasn't a beastmaster, he had a pair of incomparably mystical eyes. If this pair of eyes were to explode with power, it would be unimaginable. Controlling demonic beasts would not be a problem at all. That was why he said that no one knew the final outcome. Everything depended on Lin Xian's performance. The surrounding elders became even more curious. They all knew about Elder Ruachen's side. The people that he thought highly of were all top-notch experts. He was probably even stronger than Qing Chen and the others. However, they really couldn't figure out who this strange man was. He is Xiao Shiyu's assistant. In that case, the Xiao clan should know of his identity. Should we head to the Xiao clan and ask them about it? Some elders stood up, and the others nodded in agreement. However, Elder Ruachen opened his eyes and said with a smile, "Sit down. There's no need to ask. If this little guy really wanted to help Xiao Shiyu, he would definitely unleash more of his strength. At that time, you will see his true strength." Up ahead, the competition continued. Xiao Shiyu was still not done. Because of the anger of the demonic beast, she was also affected by it. She was stronger than Xiao Yinshu, so she was able to block it. However, it still affected her speed. At that moment, it was already the final moment. It wouldn't be long before she was done. At that moment, the 3 demonic beasts at the side prostrated themselves at Xiao Yu's feet. Xiao Yu stood up with a smile at the corner of her mouth. She looked at Xiao Shiyu and snorted. "Did you see that? My speed is faster than yours. I am the #1 genius of the Xiao clan." The people of the Xiao clan were also surprised. Eldest uncle even laughed. As expected of his daughter, she didn't disappoint him. This time, her speed was even faster than Xiao Shiyu's. This way, he could fight for more resources for his daughter. Once she became the young clan leader, it would be theirs. Xiao Shiyu's mother, the 7th elder, snorted. If it wasn't for the anger of the demonic beast, Xiao Shiyu would have been done long ago. What was there to be arrogant about? Eldest uncle laughed. That's not right. The process of the battle wasn't important. What was important was the result. Now, it was clear that my daughter's strength and talent were above Xiao Yu's. Both sides were at odds with each other. 3rd elder's father came out to mediate. All right, everyone was from the same clan. They had to fight for the glory of the Xiao clan. The 7th elder snorted in anger. Eldest uncle also sat down proudly. At that moment, another roar came from the front. Xiao Shiyu stood up. She had successfully subdued the 3 demonic beasts. That's great. The 7th elder's lips curled into a smile. At the front, Xiao Shiyu heaved a sigh of relief. It was finally done. You must be tired. Lin Xian laughed. If it wasn't for the anger of the demonic beasts, we would have been done long ago. Xiao Shiyu nodded. That's right. Anyway, we passed the 2nd round. We'll work hard for the 3rd round. Humph. What's there to be arrogant about being the last to finish? Xiao Yu sneered. Lin Xian glanced at her and shook his head. She really didn't know what was good for her. Until now, he hadn't displayed his strength. He only helped Xiao Shiyu to subdue the demonic beasts. If he were to display his powerful soul force, their strength would undergo an earth-shattering change. At that time, these people would be scared silly. That's why he didn't say anything. Just wait. Soon, he will show his true strength. This time, there were 4 participants from the Xiao clan. Among them, Xiao Shiyu and Xiao Yu successfully passed the 2nd round. Xiao Yunshu and Xiao Ning were defeated. The people of the Xiao clan were talking about it. The clan leader also said that half of them had passed the 2nd round. Looks like there's a big chance for them to be chosen by the Mountain Sea Palace. Eldest uncle sneered. Xiao Shiyu's talent had reached the 3rd round. She would definitely be defeated in the 3rd round. The glory of the Xiao clan depended on her daughter. If her daughter performed well, there was a big chance for her to be chosen by the Mountain Sea Palace. At that time, she would really soar. However, the people of the Green Clan didn't think so. The Xiao clan was too weak compared to them. Qing Chen walked over and looked down at them. Xiu, did you see that? Although you are also a two-soul beast tamer, you have just completed it. Moreover, your battle experience is too little. Usually you have the help of those families. Now that you are in a real battlefield, you won't be able to go far. So admit defeat. If you beg me, and I am in a good mood, I can give you a way out. Moreover, I will kill this kid. Qing Chen was like a high and mighty emperor. Do you know the difference between you and a fly? Xiao, Xiu said coldly. You are more annoying than a fly. After saying that, she turned around and left. Lin Xian looked at her and sneered. You really think you are number one? I am afraid you are not qualified to be arrogant in front of me. Seeing this scene, Qing Chen clenched his teeth. Qing Chan gritted his teeth so hard that they were about to shatter. Just wait, the third stage was coming soon. After it ends, he will let these two know what despair is. There was no way he was going to let them off, especially Lin Xian. He was going to tear Lin Xian to pieces. Chapter 4584. Finally, the day was over, and those demonic beasts once again returned to the spatial rift. Elder Qilin walked out and looked at the people in the square below. There were only 45 people left in the square, not even 50 people were left. One could only imagine how terrifying the second stage was. Those who had completed the second stage looked solemn. They knew that there would be a tougher competition waiting for them. These 45 people were all experts among experts. None of them were weak. However, they still had to choose the top 10. Only the top 10 would be chosen by the Shanghai Palace. The next stage would be even more exciting. Elder Qilin looked down and said, To give you guys some motivation, I've decided to announce the prize that the Shanghai Palace has prepared. Hearing this, many people's eyes lit up and they looked forward to it. There were many families in Shanghai City, but the strongest was still the Shanghai Palace. They had been around for so long that no one knew when the Shanghai Palace had been around. It seemed like the Shanghai Palace had been around ever since Shanghai City was built. For such a terrifying and ancient sect, the prize would definitely be amazing. Everyone looked forward to it. Elder Seven Spirits' voice rang out as the reward for the first place. It was a unique soul technique, the seal of life and death. Hearing this, many people were in an uproar. The family members of the beast tamers were envious because they had heard that it was a terrifying soul technique. Only the people of the Shanghai Palace had it, and it was very rare. Only a small number of elders could cultivate it. Who would have thought that it would be the prize for the first place? The seal of life and death, as the name suggested, could allow one to live or die with a thought. It could be said to be a terrifying soul technique. As expected, the Green Clan and Xiao Clan all stood up, especially the Green Clan. They were extremely excited. If Qing Chen could get first place, the seal of life and death would be theirs. On the square, Qing Chen's eyes shone brightly. No matter what, he had to get the seal of life and death. Beside him, Guyu Mu Linfeng and Han Qiu's eyes shone with a terrifying light. They'd all fight for it. That was because, to them, it was a supreme treasure. As for the others, they could only be envious. First place was too far away for them. The reward for the second place was a Saint King grade Soul Saint artifact. It was equally terrifying. After obtaining it, coupled with his soul energy, his strength would increase exponentially. The reward for the third place was a demonic beast. It was a demonic beast. Furthermore, it could grow. If he grew up, he would be incomparably terrifying. He would definitely be the most valiant assistant. The rewards for the top 3 were unparalleled, and any one of them could cause a storm in Shanghai City. In particular, the seal of life and death was something that countless people yearned for. Apart from the top 3, the rewards for the top 10 were also very generous. In short, it was enough to make everyone jealous. When the atmosphere calmed down, Elder Seven Spirits spoke once more. Also, to be able to get into the top 10, they were all top geniuses. In that case, no one will be able to touch you. You will receive the protection of the Mountain Sea Palace. Once these words were spoken, everyone cried out in alarm again. This was equivalent to a life-saving talisman. The Mountain Sea Palace was the only overlord. None of the beast tamer clans dared to offend them. Therefore, it was everyone's dream to receive such treatment. Hearing these words, Xiao Shiyu's eyes lit up. If she could get it, even if she left her clan, the Green Clan would not dare to touch her. They would also not let her get married. Therefore, she had to get into the top 10. The other people were also discussing spiritedly. At this moment, Elder Seven Spirits spoke once more. It seemed like the rewards were not over yet. As expected, Elder Seven Spirits spoke. Apart from these rewards, those who intend to get into the top 10 have a chance of being noticed by the elders of the Mountain Sea Palace. They might even take you in as a disciple. Join the Mountain Sea Palace. The people in the square took a deep breath. To be able to join the Mountain Sea Palace was a great honor. Their status and strength would soar to the heavens. As expected of the Mountain Sea Palace, any reward that came out would make people jealous. The surrounding spectators were also discussing. They had already started guessing the top 10 rankings. The top 3 would be from Qingqin, Guyuet, and the others. However, the top 10 was not certain. Everyone looked hopeful. However, they did not know how to compete in the last round. Elder Seven Spirits said, "The last round will take a long time. We will release the demonic beasts in 10 days. This time, the demonic beasts will be from the early stage of the Saint King realm to the late stage of the Saint King realm. You will try your best to control the strongest demonic beast you can control. Then you will compete. The rankings will be based on your victory and defeat." Next, Elder Seven Spirits spoke in more detail about the competition. Everyone was shocked. This time, not only did they have to control the demonic beasts, they also had to fight with them. It was indeed the Mountain Sea Battle Beast. This was the most important part. Lin Xian also took a deep breath. Are there still battles? He nodded slightly. In that case, the rankings were based on the level of the demonic beasts they could control and the results of the battles. If they could control a late-stage Saint King realm demonic beast, if the others could not control it, then there was no need to compete. However, it was estimated that no one present could control a late-stage Saint King realm demonic beast. No matter how powerful Qingqin and the others were, they could only control a mid-stage Saint King realm demonic beast. In that case, they would have to compete. Xiao Shiyu took in a deep breath as well. Her future would depend on the ranking this time. As long as she could get into the top 10, she would not need to get married. Otherwise, she would probably end up in a miserable state. Therefore, this was a battle with her back against the wall. Lin Xian walked over and said, "Don't worry. With my help, you will have no problem getting into the top 10. In the end, this battle could finally make him take it seriously. Next, everyone began to recover. A day later, everyone stood up. The enchantment around them had become even more terrifying, and a crack appeared in the sky again. This time, a terrifying aura descended from the sky and swept in all directions. There were not only mid-stage Saint King realm demonic beasts, but also late-stage Saint King realm demonic beasts. The late-stage Saint King realm demonic beast was called the Golden Spirit Beast. It was surrounded by golden light. It had a powerful force. It was like a supreme overlord. It roared into the sky, and the demonic beasts around it left one after another. No one dared to approach the space where it was. In the square, those beast tamers also took a deep breath. They felt a huge pressure. But fortunately, these were all demonic beasts suppressed by the Mountain Sea Palace. They would not be in danger. Chapter 4585. The jade flute in Xiao Shiyu's hand shone brightly. Apparently, She was going to exert her strongest power this time. Terrifying notes surrounded her, carrying the aura of the great path. A sharp glint appeared in Lin Xian's eyes. He was looking forward to this battle. On the other side, a shocking light appeared. Everyone felt pain in their souls. The green eyes were terrifying. It was Qing Qin. Was he going to use his eyes of the blade? Many people looked over in surprise. Qing Chen's eyes were cold. Not only that a mirror appeared in his hand, it was also a soul-sacred artifact. It seemed that Qing Chen was going to use his full strength this time. Qing Chen's power surprised everyone. They were talking about it. Those from the 1,000 Transformation clan laughed. It seemed that young Master Qing Chen was very close to becoming a 3-soul beast tamer. He could break through at any time. Those from the Green clan laughed. Yes, Qing Chen was very talented. It would not be a problem for him to break through to become a 3-soul beast tamer. And he would definitely become a 5-soul beast tamer in the future. Besides Qing Chen, Guyu Mulingfeng and others were also in their best condition, ready to attack. They looked around and began to look for beasts. Their targets were all middle-stage, Sacred King realm beasts, and they were all mutated beasts of heaven and earth. They were very terrifying. At this moment, someone exclaimed. Those from the Xiao clan were also shocked. They found Xiao Shiyu was moving. She was walking toward a giant creature. That enormous creature was completely black, and it carried a terrifying aura, causing the heavens and earth to crumble around it. It was like a divine dragon, but it was not a divine dragon. It was a Jiao dragon of destruction. It was a terrifying beast with infinite power. It could destroy everything. Although it was not a real dragon, it was still a mutated beast of heaven and earth. Its power was so strong that it shocked everyone. It stood there like an overlord. Other beasts did not dare to approach it. Even those beast tamers did not dare to attack it. Unexpectedly, Xiao Shiyu was going to subdue this Jiao dragon of destruction. It was incredible. Dragons were the top divine beasts. They were very terrifying. Those related to the Dragon Ball were also terrifying. They were very difficult to control. But now, the other party had actually made such a choice. Exactly why? Could it be that the other party had been hiding his strength? The 7th elder was incomparably nervous. She knew that Drizzle was staking everything on this one throw, fighting with her back to the river. However, this was truly too risky. First Uncle sneered. They were really overestimating themselves. Didn't they see that young Master Qing Qin and the others didn't choose the destruction flood dragon? Did she think that she was more powerful than young Master Qing Qin and the others? I think she knows she won't get into the top 10, so she wants to take a risk. Failure was inevitable. The 3rd elder and the others also sighed. It seemed like Xiao Shiyu was really too anxious to have actually made such a wrong choice. The other beast tamer clans were also discussing this. None of them had high hopes for Xiao Shiyu. On the Mountain Sea Palace's side, Elder Black Turtle also laughed. Wasn't this Xiao Shiyu too blind? The idea was good, but with her strength, could she control the destruction flood dragon? He shook his head. He didn't believe it. It carried the aura of the dragon race, and it also carried the power of destruction. It was extremely difficult to control. If he tried to forcefully control it, there was a high chance that he would be injured or even killed. The other elders also shook their heads and sighed. Even Elder Yen Luo frowned. Was there really no hope? However, Elder Ruochen, who was sitting on the cloud, had a smile at the corner of his mouth. Was he going to make a move? It seemed like he was going to show his real strength. Little brat, let me see your true strength. He looked at Lin Xian with anticipation. The other beast tamers on the square also noticed it. Xiao Yu shouted coldly. This Xiao Shiyu was really too stupid. She was sure to win this time. She would prove to the clan that she was the strongest. Qing Qin also sneered at this scene. He didn't pay any attention to her. Instead, he continued to choose his beast. Xiao Shiyu walked up. Taking a deep breath, she said to Lin Xian next to her. She was going to make a move. Lin Xian nodded and followed her. In front of them, the destruction flood dragon in the sky looked down at them. When it saw two humans daring to approach it, it instantly became angry. A roar shook the 9 heavens. Everyone felt their blood boiling, as if their bodies were about to split apart. It was too scary. Were they really going to make a move on such a monster? This definitely angered the destruction flood dragon. The flood dragon next to it reached out its dragon claws and grabbed downward. It was like an ancient demon mountain. Even a mid-stage sacred king would be turned into a bloody mist instantly. This was not good, said the third elder. Even though the destruction flood dragon had just broken through to the middle stage of the Saint King realm, its blood and cosmic energy were too unusual. It was much stronger than ordinary beasts of the middle stage of the Saint King realm. Lu Yu was in danger. Everyone had the same thought. Xiao Shiyu's face turned pale. She felt great pressure. At this moment, she used her precepts to resist and formed a ward. Many cracks appeared on it instantly. Lin Gongzi, I'm counting on you. She could not resist it. She could only rely on Lin Xian. Don't worry. Leave it to me. Lin Xian walked out. Looking at the dragon claws descending from the sky, he threw out a palm. Boom! The entire sky was shattered. A terrifying force roared in all directions. The huge dragon claws were pushed back. The destruction flood dragon let out an angry roar. At this moment, everyone was stunned. One punch. He actually forced the destruction flood dragon to retreat. What kind of strength was that? Many experts from various clans stood up, their eyes filled with shock. The people from the Xiao clan were equally shocked. The third elder gasped. He actually blocked the attack. The first uncle gritted his teeth. Damn it, he realized that he was wrong. From the beginning, he had neglected this young man. He actually had such terrifying strength. He actually blocked the attack of the destruction flood dragon. This way, the other party really had a chance. The 7th elder smiled. As expected of his daughter, her eyesight was really good. The people from the Green clan were also shocked. Who was this person? Where did he come from? Quickly go and investigate. The clan leader's eyes flickered. No wonder Xiao Shiyu dared to resist. It turned out that she had found a body tempering expert. But soon he sneered. So what if this young man was strong? So what if he could fight against the destruction flood dragon? Was he strong enough to control the flood dragon? He did not think so. Even if he was suppressed, he could not be controlled. So he was too weak compared to them. Haha, there was nothing to be afraid of. The experts from the Green clan laughed and sat down. But in the next moment, they jumped up. The smiles on their faces froze. All of them were shocked. Below, Lin Xian attacked again after he succeeded. He clenched his fist and punched the destruction flood dragon. That huge body was sent flying. Dragon blood dripped down from the sky. Chapter 4586. He actually injured the destruction flood dragon. Countless people were shocked. They couldn't believe it. Fighting and injuring were two different concepts. The destruction flood dragon's body was so strong that he could break through its defense. This person's strength was much stronger than they imagined. The people of the Green clan were dumbfounded. The elders of the Mountain Sea Palace were also stunned. This was a hidden expert. No wonder Elder Ruochen valued him so much. Not to mention them, even Xiao Shiyu was shocked. She knew that Lin Xian was strong, but she didn't expect him to be so strong that he could even injure the destruction flood dragon. Thinking of this, she took a deep breath and her eyes lit up. That's great. If that's the case, her chances will be much higher. Xiao Yunshu, who was watching from the back, was stunned when she saw this scene. What kind of strength was this? She actually underestimated such a person. Thinking of this, she felt her face turn red. What right did she have to look down on him? Suddenly, she remembered that when she tested him, he only caught 3 demonic beasts. Young Master Xiao Yao caught 10 demonic beasts. She was very suspicious now. She asked Xiao Yao, who was next to her, "You were the one who secretly tested him, right?" Young Master Xiao Yao was already under Lin Xian's control, so he answered honestly, "That's right. Those 10 demonic beasts were not caught by him. They were caught by Lin Gongzi." Sure enough, Xiao Yunshu sighed. Why was she so stupid? She didn't realize it. If he had been nicer to her, would she have stayed by his side? If so, she would be able to participate in the 3rd round. Thinking of this, she was extremely disappointed and regretful. Apart from her, the others were also stunned. The people of the Green Clan couldn't believe it. Was this Xiao Shiyu's trump card? They were a little nervous. The leader of the Green Clan said coldly, "Don't worry. No matter how strong he is definitely not Chen or his opponent. Just wait. When Chen reaches the peak, he will definitely suppress them. He will send them all to hell. With such an assistant, getting into the top 10 would be no problem." Elder Yen Luo smiled. Elder Black Tortoise snorted. "So what? No matter how strong he can't be compared to my disciple." Elder Yen Luo clenched her teeth. She prayed in her heart that Xiao Shiyu could defeat Qing Qin and trample him under her feet. She looked ahead carefully. Lin Xian swept through everything in his path. The destruction flood dragon was sent flying, completely suppressed and unable to resist. Xiao Shiyu rushed forward and hurriedly used the illusory sound song to control it. So fast! It was suppressed. Elder Black Tortoise couldn't believe it. The corners of Elder Yen Luo's mouth curled into a smile. However, at this moment, someone said, "Look, it seems that the Solitary Yu courtyard is about to succeed." Everyone was surprised and turned their heads to look. Gu Yu was standing in the air. His powerful soul energy swept through everything. In front of him, there was a ferocious tiger covered in flames. It was a strange tiger, extremely terrifying. However, at this moment, he seemed to be unable to withstand the extraordinarily strong soul pressure. "Impossible!" Elder Black Tortoise exclaimed. "How could Lone Moon be so fast?" In the 2nd round, his disciple was the first to complete it. Could it be that Lone Moon was still hiding his true abilities? Another elder said. Gu Yu was a beast tamer with 3 souls. His trump cards were not limited to this. The elders looked at it carefully and were shocked beyond words. "Why do I feel the power of 2 souls from him? What is going on?" Many people were shocked. Even the experts from the other sects felt it. They were all surprised. At this moment, Elder Ruachin said, "You are right. He has 2 souls. A person with 2 souls? No wonder he doesn't need an assistant." Those from the Mountain Sea Palace were stunned. How rare it was for a genius to have 2 souls. Gu Yu's soul energy was much stronger than ordinary people. No wonder he became a beast tamer with 3 souls at such a young age. This was his real trump card. Once he used the power of 2 souls, who could be his opponent? At this moment, roars could be heard from other places as well. It turned out to be Mu Linfeng. Mu Linfeng was also going all out at this moment. An ancient voice came from him as if it had traveled across time and space. He had a black drum in his hand. He kept beating it, and the power it brought suppressed everything. The diamond ape in front of him was also shaking. It seemed that it would not be long before it was completely subdued. Everyone was using their powers. No one dared to relax. In front of Qing Qin stood a demon with terrifying runes all over its body. It was called the Giant Demon Statue. It was very terrifying and was known for its great strength. At this moment, the Giant Demon Statue's eyes were filled with madness. Its soul was being attacked by the blade. At this moment, the Giant Demon Statue roared into the sky. Its power shook heaven and earth. Many people were sent flying and vomited blood. "Run! The demon is going to be angry. Something like this had happened before. Is it going to happen again?" Everyone was shocked. Is Qing Qin going to fail? Everyone was nervous. But soon they realized that was not the case. The blade in Qing Chen's eyes seemed to have materialized and pierced through heaven and earth. The giant demon statue could not bear the terrifying power. That was why it went crazy. However, after this crazy attack, a green light appeared in the giant demon statue's eyes. It had been completely subdued. Boom! The giant demon statue came to Qing Chen and knelt on the ground. Qing Chen's body swayed and stood on the giant demon statue. He waved his hand, and the giant demon statue stood up and roared into the sky. The terrifying power almost froze everyone's qi and blood. It's too strong. It's ridiculously strong. Gu Yu also succeeded. The strange tiger roared at his feet, and the flames of the 9 heavens burned. After him, Mu Lingfeng and Han Qiu also succeeded. They stood on their demon beasts. One of them was the diamond ape, tearing the sky apart. The other one was the sea demon statue. It was surrounded by an endless sea. The 4 experts controlled the 4 demon beasts. They roared crazily and shook the sky. The surrounding people's blood was unstable. Many of them vomited blood and were sent flying. Damn it! What are you doing? Someone shouted. However, Qing Chen snorted. What am I doing? I'm cleaning up the trash. You guys are not qualified to stand with me. After saying that, he continued to activate the demon beasts. The surrounding people were pale. Damn it. They did not expect this guy to be so arrogant. The people of Xiao Clan were also nervous. At this moment, First Uncle roared and stood up. His expression was extremely unsightly. Under the impact of the roar, Xiao Yu vomited blood and was sent flying. The demon beast in front of her was enraged. It slapped Xiao Yu and sent her flying. Xiao Yu's face turned ugly. The people of Green Clan roared. Damn it! The other elders sighed. Xiao Yu was also defeated. Then, only Xiao Shiyu was left in Xiao Clan. They must not be defeated. Chapter 4587. At this moment, everyone's attention was on Xiao Shiyu. Xiao Shiyu's face turned pale. The destruction flood dragon in front of her was attacking fiercely, trying to break out of the seal. Lin Xian sneered. You want to break out? Suppress me. He took a step forward and roared. The roar of a dragon resounded through the 9 heavens and 10 lands. At this moment, the destruction serpent was prostrated on the ground. The surrounding demonic beasts were also forced to retreat, their bodies swaying unsteadily. The beasts roared as if they were worshipping their king. What's going on? Everyone was stunned. Does this kid have the bloodline of the dragon tribe? Just now, what was the situation? The people of the Mountain Sea Palace were shocked. The people of the Green Tribe were shocked, and so were the other experts. Lin Xian did not care about these people. This time, he used his soul power to suppress the destruction flood dragon with his gaze. It formed a golden hand and pressed down on the destruction flood dragon's soul, destroying it continuously. The destruction flood dragon was frightened to begin with. At this moment, it roared and did not resist anymore. Xiao Shiyu, hurry up. Xiao Shiyu nodded and seized the opportunity to attack. The destruction flood dragon still wanted to resist, but at this moment it seemed to see a pair of golden eyes looking down at it. If it dared to resist, its soul would be torn into pieces instantly. It did not dare to resist anymore and submitted obediently. Was it subdued? The surrounding people were shocked and could not believe it. Before this, no one was optimistic about Xiao Shiyu. They did not expect Xiao Shiyu to succeed. Of course, they knew that a large part of it was due to Lin Xian. Lin Xian's physique was too strong, and he directly destroyed the destruction flood dragon. That's great. Xiao Shiyu cheered while Xiao Yu's face was pale. Did he succeed? She had failed. Previously, she was still boasting that her strength had surpassed Lin Xian's. But now, she realized that it was really laughable. Lin Xian had successfully subdued the destruction flood dragon, completely surpassing her. She lowered her head, feeling too ashamed to face the crowd. The people of the Xiao tribe were also shocked. The elders cheered while the uncle gritted his teeth. Damn it! He couldn't believe it. Now, his only hope was on young Master Qingchen. He hoped that young Master Qingchen would be able to deal with the two of them. Seeing that Xiao Shiyu had successfully subdued the destruction serpent dragon, Qingchen's face turned gloomy. Damn it! This had exceeded his expectations. He couldn't take it anymore. He didn't want to wait any longer. Boom! He urged the giant demonic elephant to sweep the area. At the same time, his cold voice rang out. I don't think we need to wait any longer. It's time to start now. What? Should we start now? The surrounding people were all stunned. Some of them had yet to tame their demonic beasts. How do I start now? Lone Moon nodded. There was indeed no need to wait any longer. I think the first place will be decided among the few of us. Let's fight first. Although there were still some people who didn't succeed, those people couldn't threaten them at all. They couldn't affect their rankings. They wanted to be the first to decide on the winner. After all, everyone wanted to obtain the seal of life and death. I was thinking the same thing. Mu Lingfeng stood on the diamond ape and nodded. On the other side, Han Qiu also said, Let's begin. The sea demon under her feet roared. Endless seawater spread in all directions. Was it going to start? The surrounding spectators were also nervous. The final battle was about to begin. The first place would be decided among the few of them. Of course, they excluded Xiao Shiyu because they felt that even if Xiao Shiyu had subdued the destruction serpent dragon, she wouldn't be able to get the first place. You can fight among yourselves first. I've settled one person first. Qingchen turned around and stared coldly at Xiao Shiyu. I didn't expect you to make it this far. I'm really surprised. However, this battle is over. I'll defeat you personally. After it's over, I'll marry you. As for the brat beside you, I'll make him stay here forever today. There's no need for him to live anymore. Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect Qingchen's first battle to be against Xiao Shiyu. No, the people of the Xiao clan were full of despair. They were originally very excited because, according to the situation, Xiao Shiyu wouldn't be able to get into the top 3. However, she would definitely get the 5th place, because none of the others could threaten the destruction serpent dragon. However, if they were to defeat Xiao Shiyu, they might not even have a chance to get into the top 10, let alone the 5th place. If they missed this opportunity, the Xiao clan would suffer a great loss. At the thought of this, the clan leader of the Xiao clan stood up and said coldly, Young Master Qingchen, please calm down. This matter has nothing to do with Xiao Shiyu. It's all because of this brat. This brat is really despicable. He has offended young Master Qingchen. I hope young Master Qingchen can kill this brat and let Xiao Shiyu off. After all, we still have to get married. As soon as these words were spoken, the people of the Xiao clan fell silent. 2 elders stood up immediately. This time, the great elder and the second elder followed, closely behind the clan leader of the Xiao clan. Yes, that's right. I hope the Green clan won't start a war with us. Killing that brat should be able to appease your anger. The others remained silent. They knew that Xiao Shiyu's current achievements were all because of Lin Xian. Were they going to give up on Lin Xian now? To be honest, some of them were embarrassed. For example, the 3rd elder shook his head and sighed. He couldn't go against the clan leader, but he wouldn't support him either. On the other hand, the 7th elder stood up and gritted his teeth. You're really despicable. Back then, you used despicable means to obtain the position of the clan leader. Now, you want to embarrass the Xiao clan in front of everyone? Xiao Shiyu's current achievements were all because of that young man. Now that you want to kill him, what would the world think of us? Are the people of the Xiao clan all ungrateful people? Great, they're going to fight. The eldest uncle sneered. It's best if they perish together. That way he could reap the benefits. The clan leader of the Shao clan said coldly, "Seventh elder who allowed you to speak. I call the shots in the Shao clan. Are you sure? I don't think Shao Shiyu is an ungrateful person. If you insist on doing this, Shao Shiyu and I will leave the Shao clan from now on. The results of this competition have nothing to do with the Shao clan." The seventh elder gritted his teeth and said. When Shao Shiyu heard this, her face turned pale. These people were going to give up on Lin Xian. It was really too disappointing. Hearing her mother's words, she also said, "That's right. If you insist on doing this, I'm willing to leave the Shao clan." "Audacious! You're rebelling!" The clan leader of the Shao clan snorted. "Do you know what you're saying? The clan has spent so many resources to nurture you. Now, you're saying that you don't belong to the Shao clan? Are you kidding?" He became extremely malevolent. "After we return, you'll see how I'll punish you according to the clan rules." Chapter 4588. The surrounding clans and sects were in a heated discussion. Lin Xian laughed. "The clan leader of the Shao clan, right?" He looked at the other party. "I think your position as the clan leader has come to an end. It's time for the Shao clan to have a wise person as the clan leader. Kid, are you trying to provoke me?" The eyes of the clan leader shrunk. How dare the other party threaten him? He even wanted to replace him as the clan leader? The others were shocked as well. The great elder and second elder sneered. Is this kid crazy? No matter how strong he is, can he fight against their clan? The clan leader gritted his teeth. He couldn't wait to kill Lin Xian. In the next moment, he looked at young Master Qingqian and said, "Young Master Qingqian, please kill this kid. I promise that once the competition ends, we will get married immediately." Lin Xian snorted. "You want to kill me? This trash is not qualified. Also, I said that your position as the clan leader has come to an end. Enjoy your last moments." Lin Xian ignored the other party. He turned around and looked at Qingyu. "Do it. This time, I will give you the most glorious ranking." Lin Xian was furious. He didn't expect the clan leader of the Shao clan to be so disappointing. He wasn't just helping Qingyu, he was also helping the Shao clan. However, since the other party wanted to kill him, there was no need for him to hold back. Anyway, he was here to help Xiao Mu and help Qingyu become the young clan leader. Since that was the case, he would replace the clan leader. Letting Xiao Mu return to the Shao clan and become the clan leader was the best choice. At the thought of this, he took a deep breath and stared at Qingqian. "Let's start with you." His eyes shone with a cold light. Qingqian sneered. "How dare you release your killing intent on me? I will make you regret it." He activated the giant demonic statue. The giant demonic statue emitted a terrifying aura as it walked forward. The destruction flood dragon stood up and roared. The terrifying sound and energy shook the 9 heavens as if it was going to crack open. Everyone was nervous. This was going to be a fierce battle. However, young Master Qingqian would definitely win. "Make your move." Young Master Qingqian's eyes shone brightly as he controlled the giant demonic elephant to charge forward. Although the giant devil statue was huge, its speed was also extremely fast. It was like an ancient demonic mountain descending from the sky. The terrifying power caused the surrounding ground to crumble. The people on the square retreated one after another. The other demonic beasts also made way for them. Fortunately, the square was big enough, so the heavy people were able to make way for them. Naturally, Shao Shiyu also felt the tremendous pressure. To be honest, the other party's ability to control demonic beasts was also stronger than his. This battle could be said to be not very big, but fortunately, she had Lin Xian. Lin Xian also said, "Drizzle, use all your power to control it. Leave the rest to me." Lin Xian's eyes also shone with a sharp golden light. This time he wanted to control it together with Shao Shiyu. The destruction flood dragon let out a terrifying roar. Then it charged forward its destructive aura complementing it as it waved its dragon claws continuously. The two of them instantly clashed, causing the heavens to collapse and the earth to rend. Boom! The giant demonic elephant's body was too huge, much bigger than the destruction flood dragon. In an instant, the destruction flood dragon was sent flying. Great! The people of the Green Clan laughed. As expected, the difference between the two parties was huge. However, the result was shocking. The giant demonic elephant roared crazily. A wound appeared on its body, and saint blood dripped down, shocking everyone. The giant demonic elephant was injured in one blow. It was really incredible. Was the destruction flood dragon so powerful? No, the people of the Mountain Sea Palace shook their heads. Although the destruction flood dragon's bloodline grade was high, it had just reached the Middle Saint King realm. In terms of cultivation, it was much weaker than the giant demonic elephant. Both parties were evenly matched. It was impossible to injure the giant demonic elephant in an instant. It should be because the person controlling the demonic beast was very powerful. Was it Xiao Xiu? They didn't think so. Everyone turned to look at Lin Xian. This young man not only had a strong body, but also a powerful soul. In terms of controlling demonic beasts, he was definitely terrifying. Elder Ruachin looked at the scene and smiled. Very good, it was finally going to start. Qing Chen's face turned ugly. He had sworn that he could easily kill the opponent, but now his giant demonic elephant was injured in the first round. It was like a slap to his face. Damn it! The eye of the blade in his eyes burst out. He kept urging the giant demonic elephant in his soul to roar at the sky. The runes on its body flickered and healed the wound. Then it rushed out again. On the other side, the destruction flood dragon also rushed out. The two parties fought again. Every time they fought, the crowd would exclaim. This demonic beast was much stronger than a human of the same level. Terrifying power and destructive qi filled the whole square. The surrounding demonic beasts were also roaring. The giant demonic elephant was powerful, but Qing Chen was not weak either. Therefore, in the battle, the destruction flood dragon was also injured. A crack appeared on its body, and even its bones could be seen. Dragon blood dyed his body red, but his eyes shone with a cold light. At this moment, it was being controlled. It would not retreat because of the pain and injury. Instead, it attacked more fiercely. Not only that, but some of his divine abilities had also reached the acme of perfection, such as the qi of destruction. Even the dragon scales on his body had turned into a blade of destruction, slashing down from the sky with the power to destroy everything. This blade was really terrifying. It was as if it was cast by a peerless sword saint. The giant demonic elephant resisted with all its might, but it was still sent flying, and its body was split open. The whole world was also split in half by this blade. The crowd was shocked. The elders of the Mountain Sea Palace stood up and exclaimed. This was a bloodline superpower. They did not expect the destruction flood dragon to be so powerful. Elder Ruachin said with a smile, "No, under normal circumstances, the destruction flood dragon would not be able to defeat the giant demonic elephant. It should be because the beast tamer was powerful. Those people were stunned. How could it be? Their young master Qingchen could not defeat the opponent. They felt like they were dreaming. The Xiao clan leader's face was pale, and his body was trembling. Was this the person he wanted to kill? Damn it! He was even more powerful than young Master Qingchen. If he had known this, he would have roped him in. But it was too late to say anything now. He had to kill the opponent. Otherwise, if Xiao Xiu achieved good results, he would be in danger. After all, he could not compete with the Mountain Sea Palace. Qing Chen was also stunned. This was not just a slap in the face. It made his confidence feel threatened. He had lost to the opponent. Damn it! He could not stand it. The eye of the blade condensed and pushed the giant demonic elephant. The giant demonic elephant roared, and its split body merged. The giant demonic elephant was a middle-stage Saint King. Naturally, it would not be killed by a single blade, but it was still injured. "Damn it, take out your bloodline ability and kill him for me," Qin Qin ordered. Chapter 4589. The giant demonic elephant roared into the sky. His body changed again, becoming half human and half elephant. His fist could suppress hell. Giant demonic elephant fist. However, his bloodline superpower was extremely powerful. The power was enough to split the sky and earth. The horrifying fist fell from the sky, sweeping across the 9 heavens and charging towards the destruction serpent. The destruction serpent was instantly drowned by the fist. His body shrunk and shook like a bolt of lightning. A destructive aura emerged from his body. Then he flew past the fist shadow and came to the giant demonic elephant again. His body seemed to have turned into a demonic blade and cut open the giant demonic elephant's body again. Demonic blood filled the air. Then the serpent quickly retreated. The entire process was smooth and completed in the blink of an eye. When the crowd came back to their senses, they realized that the giant demonic elephant was injured again. Countless people were in an uproar. What a powerful control technique. This Xiao Xiu had concealed her strength so deeply. She was a top-notch beast-taming genius. Those from the beast-taming families were also shocked and started discussing. Those from the Mountain Sea Palace were equally shocked. It seemed that they had underestimated Xiao Xiu. That was great. On the Xiao clan's side, the 7th elder cheered. His daughter's talent was indisputable. The 3rd elder had a complicated expression. He did not know whether he should congratulate or say something. Xiao Xiu's uncle was gritting his teeth. Damn it. His talent definitely surpassed his daughter's. He had to find a way to get rid of him. He looked at the clan leader and said something to him through voice transmission. The clan leader's eyes lit up. He looked at the Xiao clan's uncle and nodded. In the next moment, he stood up and said, "Young Master Qin Qin, our Xiao clan's phantom sound has a flaw." What? As soon as he said that, everyone was stunned. Those from the Xiao clan were also shocked. The 7th elder roared, "Are you going to tell him the secret of the Xiao clan? You are a sinner of the Xiao clan." The 3rd elder also stood up and said, "Clan leader, you can't do that. The Xiao clan is in danger of being destroyed." Those from the surrounding families and sects were also shocked. They did not expect the clan leader of the Xiao clan to go crazy and reveal the secret of the Xiao clan. Was it just to kill a young man? The Xiao clan's uncle stood up and said, "Don't worry. The clan leader will only transmit the message to young Master Qin Qin. Soon, the 2 families would be connected by marriage. Young Master Qin Qin was considered one of their own. This way, it wouldn't be considered as revealing the secrets of the Xiao clan to an outsider. Hence, there wouldn't be any impact. The 3rd elder frowned, but he had no choice but to do it. The 7th elder was indeed very straightforward. She snorted coldly. What a load of nonsense. He didn't expect the 2 of them to be so shameless. The clan leader of the Xiao clan had indeed said that he had already made his decision. Moreover, young Master Qin Qin was not an outsider. Hence, this was not considered breaking the rules of the Xiao clan. After saying that, he began to transmit his voice. Countless people were shocked when they saw the scene. The people of the Mountain Sea Temple also frowned. This was a matter of the Xiao clan. They had no right to interfere. The people of the Green clan raised the corner of their mouth and smiled. Haha, this is great. Telling Qin Qin is equivalent to telling the whole family. Initially, he thought that it would be troublesome to deal with the Xiao clan even after the marriage. Now that they knew the biggest secret of the hallucinatory melody, they could quickly get rid of the Xiao clan. At that time, the power of the Green clan would definitely double or even multiply several times. At the thought of this, they were all excited. Xiao Xiu's face turned pale. Damn it, such a family was really despairing. Lin Xian's face was also cold. It seemed that he was right. Such a person was not qualified to be the clan leader. His eyes were filled with cold killing intent. Qingchen, on the other hand, laughed. Very good. Now he knew about the hallucinatory melody. This way, it would be much easier for him to deal with Xiao Shiyu. He only needed to target the weakness of the hallucinatory melody. All superpowers had their weaknesses. He also had the eye of the blade wind. However, this was the biggest secret of the Xiao clan. Outsiders would not know about it. Now that she knew the secret of the Xiao clan, he would definitely win this battle. Kill! With a roar, Qingchen charged out. The giant devil wanted to attack crazily. The destruction flood dragon dodged again. However, this time, it was sent flying by a punch from the giant devil. Countless cracks appeared on its body, and half of its bones were broken. Everyone exclaimed. It seemed that Xiao Shiyu was really being targeted. Xiao Shiyu's face turned pale. She controlled the destruction flood dragon to recover quickly and use the blade of destruction again. However, this time, the blade of destruction was blocked and the destruction flood dragon was sent flying again. Even Xiao Shiyu was forced to retreat. Blood dripped from the corner of her mouth and her face turned pale. Not only had the destruction serpent been injured, but she had also been injured by the attack. Her soul was affected. Damn it! She really gave the hallucinatory melody to the other party. How could she continue fighting? Xiao Shiyu felt hopeless. She originally thought that she had a high chance. This time, she would definitely make it to the top 10 or even top 5. However, everything was gone now. She looked at Lin Xian with a pale face. Lin Gongzi, I've let you down. Thank you for helping me so much. Lin Xian looked solemn. He said, You're tired. Leave the rest to me. I'll help you punish these people. Haha, both of you can go to hell. Qingchen continued to emit a terrifying radiance. The giant devil roared and its body grew bigger. It was like a giant. Another punch landed. No. On the Xiao clan's side, the 7th elder was in despair. He was about to faint. The 3rd elder also closed his eyes. The other elders also sighed. The Xiao clan was going to suffer a disastrous decline in the future. Moreover, this time, their strength would be greatly reduced. The eldest uncle of the Xiao clan sneered. The clan leader of the Xiao clan also had a cold look in his eyes. Although his family had suffered heavy losses this time, being able to kill a genius was enough for him. In this way, no one would be able to threaten him. Xiao Shiyu's jade flute fell to the ground. She could feel that her soul was being suppressed. The other party was targeting the hallucinatory melody. She was powerless to resist. The destruction flood dragon roared and fell to the ground. There were many cracks on its body. Everything was over. Elder Xiangui of the Mountain Sea Palace said indifferently. Elder Yen Luo snorted. How could you accept such a person as your disciple? What a joke. Elder Xiangui did not refute. To be honest, he also felt that this matter was too much. However, there was nothing he could say. Boom! Just when everyone thought that this battle was over, the sound of a dragon resounded through the 9 heavens. The destruction flood dragon exploded with a terrifying aura. His body grew to several thousand meters in size, and he charged out like a coiling dragon. The destructive force collided with the opponent's fist. It was earth-shattering. The destruction flood dragon retreated. Countless cracks appeared on the opponent's fist. How could this be? Everyone was stunned. How could there be a turnaround? The people of the Xiao clan could not believe it. Chapter 4590. Everyone from the Green clan was stunned. Even those from the Mountain Sea Palace were shocked. Xiao Shiyu opened her eyes and looked at the scene in front of her. She was stunned. What's going on? The destruction serpent still had the strength to fight back. She turned around and looked at Lin Xian in shock. It was Lin Xian's attack. At this moment, Lin Xian's body had an extremely terrifying soul aura that made her feel terrified. The entire place was silent for a long time before it was filled with exclamations. Oh my God, what did I just see? He survived. This is unbelievable. This Xiao Shiyu is too powerful. Some of the elders said. No, it's not Xiao Shiyu. It's the young man beside her. Exclamations of shock were heard as countless gazes landed on Lin Xian. Qing Chen's face turned ugly. Damn it, it's all because of this brat. He always sabotaged me at the most crucial moment. Now he could still fight back? The eldest uncle of the Xiao clan was dumbfounded. The clan leader of the Xiao clan stood up and gritted his teeth. This is the power of the hallucination song. How did you know how to use the hallucination song? He roared crazily. The surrounding people were even more shocked. They recalled the power of the hallucination song and realized that it was true. This guy shouldn't be from the Xiao clan. He should be Xiao Shiyu's helper. How did an outsider know the hallucination song? An outsider who knew the hallucination song? Everyone immediately thought of Xiao Shiyu. She was the only one who could do it. The eldest uncle of the Xiao clan jumped up and shouted coldly, Xiao Shiyu, how dare you teach an outsider the secret art of the Xiao clan? Do you know your crime? His shout shook the heavens and the earth. The people from the surrounding clans and sects were also discussing animatedly. However, the seventh elder only sneered. Why did you jump out to stop it? The clan leader taught the hallucination song to someone from the Green clan. Wasn't that breaking the rules? The seventh elder thought that his daughter Xiao Shiyu was the one who taught the hallucination song to Lin Xian. The eldest uncle of the Xiao clan snorted. Seventh elder, you have to be clear. The Xiao clan and the Green clan have a marriage alliance. After the marriage, the two clans are considered as one. How could young Master Qing Qin be considered an outsider? This Lin Xian was just an assistant. What qualifications did he have to obtain the illusory melody? I suggest that we suppress him and erase his memory. It would be better to just kill him. The great elder and the second elder also shouted coldly. The clan leader of the Xiao clan stood up. His voice was piercingly cold. Drizzle! I didn't expect that you would dare to impart the ultimate art of your clan to others. Do you know your crime? Xiao Shiyu was also shocked. She did not understand why Lin Xian knew the illusory melody. Even now, he still felt that this was a mystery. If the other party was so strong, why would he come to the Xiao clan? Why would he help her? Both parties did not know each other before this. She was finding it harder and harder to understand Lin Xian. Lin Xian turned around and looked at the clan leader of the Xiao clan. He sneered. Why? Do you have the cheek to talk to me? You said that Qing Chun is one of us. Then let me ask you, is he married to Xiao Yu now? Not yet, right? Since he hasn't, then he must be an outsider. Besides, who could be sure that they would get married in the future? As a clan leader, what right do you have to criticize Xiao Yu for imparting the skill to an outsider? I think you should get lost as soon as possible because you don't have the cheek to stay here. The clan leader of the Xiao clan was trembling with anger. Damn it! How dare a junior criticize me like this? Kid, no matter what you say, you have obtained the illusory melody of the Xiao clan. I won't let you live today. Lin Xian laughed. Is that so? If I can't live after obtaining the illusory melody of the Xiao clan, then what about me? Lin Xian pointed at Qing Qin and said coldly, he had also obtained the illusory melody. Moreover, I can guarantee that Xiao Shiyu will enter the top 5 and even get the first place. At that time, with the backing of the Mountain Sea Palace, Xiao Shiyu can object to this marriage. What can the Xiao clan do? As soon as he said this, everyone was shocked. The clan leader of the Xiao clan narrowed his eyes. He was most afraid of this outcome. Therefore, he would not allow the two of them to continue competing. Seeing this, Lin Xian sneered. Can't resist, right? In that case, Qing Chun would be considered an outsider. But he has obtained the illusory melody. Are you going to kill him too? Not good. The people of the Green clan stood up abruptly with shock in their eyes. If that was the case, the Xiao clan would definitely fight with their lives on the line. After all, this is a secret of the clan. What a load of nonsense. The clan leader of the Shao clan was Lung He. I know Shao Shiyu's strength. She isn't qualified to be valued by the Mountain Sea Palace yet. Therefore, this marriage has to go on. Your assumptions aren't valid. Lin Xian sneered. Shao Shiyu is the #1 genius of the Shao clan. As the clan leader, not only did you not encourage her, you even suppressed her. What kind of clan leader are you? You don't deserve to be the clan leader. Presumptuous, the clan leader roared. No matter what you say, I'm still the clan leader now. I can mobilize all my forces. Do you want to start a war with the Shao clan? Everyone was stunned. They had not expected such a situation to occur at this point in the competition. This young man is really unlucky. First, he offended young Master Qing Qin. Then, he offended the clan leader of the Shao clan. These two people represent two big clans. He has offended two top clans. Let's see how he's going to die. Countless people were discussing. Lin Xian placed his hands behind his back and sneered. He was not afraid at all. At this moment, a cold voice rang out between heaven and earth. I'm the one who taught him the phantom melody. Do you have a problem with that? Who are you? The clan leader of the Shao clan roared. Who are you? Why do you know the phantom melody of the Shao clan? Could it be that the phantom melody has been spread out before this? The people of the Shao clan were also surprised. They sent out their powerful souls to investigate. At this moment, a figure walked over from the horizon. This person was wearing an ancient robe and had gray hair. At first, he walked slowly. However, after a few steps, he arrived near the square. He stood in the air and looked down coldly. Who are you? The eyes of the clan leader of the Shao clan were shining. The other elders of the Shao clan were also on guard. They had to take down the other party today. They must not let the phantom melody spread out again. The seventh elder's pupils shrank. He stood up abruptly with his eyes wide open. She felt an aura, but she couldn't be sure. Impossible. That person has disappeared for thousands of years. How could he appear again? The figure in the sky shouted coldly. Shaoli, you have really disappointed me. I didn't expect you to do such a thing. Have you forgotten the rules of the Shao clan? You are indeed unfit to be the clan leader of the Shao clan. The eyes of the clan leader of the Shao clan shrank. Who are you? How dare you call me by my name? Who is this person? The figure in the sky stood with his hands behind his back and said loudly, I'm Xiao Mu. The surrounding people were stunned. They were puzzled. Is this person also from the Shao clan? However, the eyes of the clan leader of the Shao clan shrank. He jumped up and cold sweat flowed down his back. The seventh elder exclaimed, Father, is it really you? Chapter 4591. What was going on? Everyone was stunned. The seventh elder's father. What kind of person was he? Countless people were shocked. What was going on? However, the elders of the beast tamer clans were all shocked. Could it be him? He was still alive. How was that possible? The Mountain Sea Palace was in an uproar. Those from the Green clan could not believe it. They had not heard of this name for many years. It had even become history. They did not expect him to appear again today. It was shocking. The Shao clan's leader roared. Impossible. Xiao Mu had been dead for 5,000 years. How could he still be alive? Who are you? How dare you pretend to be someone from the Shao clan? Do you think the Shao clan is easy to deceive? Men, take him down. At the clan leader's command, the first elder, second elder, and other strong people from the Shao clan stood up one after another. Their soul power surged. The roars of monsters could be heard. As a beast tamer clan, once they attacked, it would be an earth-shattering scene. Damn it! How dare you! The seventh elder also shouted angrily. This was her father. Xiao Mu stood in the sky and looked down. It has been 5,000 years. Looks like no one remembers me. Has the Shao clan fallen to such a state? At this point his eyes shone brightly. Then a terrifying heavenly sound erupted from his body and swept across the sky. The surrounding elders from the Shao clan kept retreating. Their faces were pale. Their souls felt like they were being torn apart. The same went for the monsters. They roared and retreated in fear. Each of them blocked a Shao clan member. The Shao clan's leader exclaimed, "Illusory, sound ninth heaven. You have cultivated the illusory sound melody to such a level?" The other elders were shocked too. The illusory sound melody was divided into many levels. The illusory sound ninth heaven was the level they dreamed of reaching. However, no one had achieved it. Even the Shao clan's leader had not achieved it. But now Shao Mu had achieved it. It was unbelievable. Could this person really be Shao Mu, the genius from the Shao clan 5,000 years ago? The third elder also stood up. His face was filled with excitement. The seventh elder exclaimed, "Father, you are still alive. This is great. My daughter, I've made you suffer. I'm sorry that I came late." Shao Mu's face was filled with kindness. Then he raised his head and looked at Shaoli. His eyes became piercingly cold. "Lin Gongzi's illusory sound was personally taught to him by me. Do you have any objections?" The surrounding crowd was stunned. Even the clan leader of the Shao clan was speechless. The others were also shocked when they heard the news about their elders. They stared at the figure in disbelief. He was actually someone from 5,000 years ago. Furthermore, he was the strongest genius of the Shao clan 5,000 years ago. The other party had been missing for 5,000 years, and now he had actually managed to return alive. It was simply too unbelievable. The faces of the Green clan's people turned ugly. This was very bad news for them. The people of Mountain Sea Palace were also surprised. Elder Ruochin narrowed his eyes. So it was him. He then looked at Lin Xian and smiled. This little guy was actually related to him. No wonder. Lin Xian stood there with a smile on his face. He did not expect Shao Mu to come out in the end. Shao Xiu, who was at the side, was stunned. Was this person her grandfather, who had been missing for a long time? He was actually still alive, and he was even related to Lin Xian. She looked at Lin Xian and asked, "Could it be that you were sent by my grandfather?" Lin Xian smiled. "That's right. It was indeed your grandfather who asked me to help you." Shao Xiu finally understood why Lin Xian, who was so talented and powerful, would still help her. It was because of her grandfather. Shao Li took a deep breath, and a sharp light flashed in his eyes. He shouted coldly, "Shao Mu, I did not expect you to still be alive. However, how dare you teach the illusory sound to an outsider without permission?" Shao Mu, an outsider? Lin Gongzi is not an outsider. I plan to betroth my granddaughter to him. By then he will be one of us. How can he be an outsider? What? Shao Li's words made the Shao clan's leader's face turn ugly. Shao Xiu was already engaged to someone from the Green clan. How could she be betrothed to someone else? Shao Mu sneered. "My granddaughter, can't she make the decision? Moreover, you only had an agreement. You taught the illusory sound to Qingqin before he became one of us. How can you give the Shao clan an explanation?" Shao Li's face turned ugly. It was impossible to use the clan's rules to suppress the other party. Hence, he could only snort coldly. "All right, let's see who will become one of us in the end." He stood up and said loudly, "Everyone, please be a witness. Out of these two young men, only one can become the son-in-law of the Shao clan. The other one will be killed mercilessly after knowing the secret of the illusory sound." Everyone was in an uproar. The people from the Green clan frowned. This was not good for them. The leader of the Green clan snorted coldly. "This old fox wants us to join forces with him. All right, let's join forces." The leader of the Green clan was shocked by the sudden appearance of Shao Mu. No one knew how much the genius from 5,000 years ago had grown. Moreover, Shao Mu had a strong appeal. What would happen to the Shao clan in the future? They did not know. They could only join forces with the leader of the Shao clan. Hence, He quickly sent a message to Qing Qin. On the other side, the leader of the Shao clan said, "Xiao Mu, you don't have any objections, right?" Xiao Mu looked at him and said coldly, "If I remember correctly, you are my junior. Logically speaking, you should call me sixth uncle. Why? Are you so unruly after becoming the leader of the Shao clan?" Xiao Li gritted his teeth. However, he could not refute in front of so many people. Hence, he gritted his teeth and said, "Sixth uncle, what do you think?" Xiao Mu did not say anything. Instead, he looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian nodded his head and smiled. "Then let's do it this way." After he finished speaking, he stood in the void and looked down. Everyone looked down at the ground. The atmosphere in the square changed in an instant. Previously, it was a competition for rankings. Now it was a competition for life and death. Qing Qin also received his father's message. A cold, murderous intent appeared in his eyes. He had to kill this kid now. Who do you think will win? Countless people were discussing. It should be young Master Qing Qin. He is a top genius. I don't think so. Since Lin Xian dares to fight, it means that he has full confidence. Maybe he has some trump cards. The people from the Mountain Sea Palace were also surprised. Elder Xian Gui's face turned cold. Elder Yen Luo smiled and said, "I said it before. No one can say for sure until the last moment." "Elder Xian Gui, didn't you say that you would win? Why don't you make a promise with me? With your most precious spiritual beast." Chapter 4592. The other party had recently suppressed a snow fox, which was a spiritual beast of heaven and earth. Elder Xuangui's face turned ugly. To be honest, he wasn't very confident in his heart, but he couldn't afford to lose. Since he had already accepted Qing Qin as his disciple, how could he not trust him? He said, "Okay, if my disciple loses, I'll give you the snow fox that I suppressed." "But what if you lose?" Elder Yen Luo said. "If I lose, I'll give you my ultimate technique, the inescapable net." The people around were also surprised. They looked at the two elders seriously. They were very expectant and looked down. Qing Chen walked up from below. "Kid, I originally wanted to save some strength to compete for the first place, but since you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wish in advance." After saying that, his eyes shone with an even more terrifying light. The combat power of the giant demonic statue beside him increased by a large margin, and its aura made everyone feel desperate. Countless people exclaimed, "No way!" Young Master Qing Qin was still holding back. "It's over. There's no suspense in this battle." The patriarch of the Green Clan raised a smile. How could their number one genius be defeated? Just wait and see. These people will be desperate. On the side of the Mountain Sea Palace, Elder Xiangui also smiled. "It seems that your inescapable net is mine." Lin Xian shook his head. "You're too arrogant. Do you think you're the only one with a trump card? It's useless to say more. Make your move." Lin Xian looked calm. His opponent was indeed a top genius. But so what? How many geniuses had died in his hands? "Stupid guy, go to hell!" Young Master Qing Qin shouted coldly and activated his eye technique. The giant demonic statue charged over like a mountain. The terrifying power shrouded the entire square. "Oh no, be careful!" "Xiao!" Shiyu exclaimed. Lin Xian waved his hand. He controlled the dragon of destruction to charge forward. To be honest, there was indeed a gap between the dragon of destruction and the giant demonic statue. If it was Xiao, Shiyu, or others, they would definitely lose this battle. But it was not necessarily the case for him. He had too many trump cards in his hand. He didn't need to do it himself. He could just control the dragon. Under Lin Xian's control, the destruction flood dragon seemed to have transformed into a true dragon, attacking nonstop. Every timing and angle of attack was amazing and hard to imagine. The destructive power on it was unleashed to the extreme, gradually suppressing the giant demon statue. Finally, with another slash, the giant demonic elephant was split in half. Qin Chen spat out a mouthful of blood as he was sent flying backwards. He found it hard to believe that the giant devil had wanted to injure him again. He fell to the ground and roared at the sky. Damn it, impossible, I don't believe it. Everyone was in an uproar. The Green Clan's people were extremely nervous. Did their number one genius lose? Damn it, why did it turn out like this? The leader of the Green Clan looked gloomy. Impossible. He couldn't believe it. On the other side, the clan leader of the Shao clan narrowed his eyes. How could this guy's soul power be so strong? His opponent wasn't using the illusory melody at all. He had miscalculated. He had always thought that the reason why Lin Xian could control demonic beasts was because of the illusory melody. But now he realized that he was wrong. Lin Xian knew other soul attacks, and they seemed to be more powerful than the illusory melody. Who exactly was this person? He broke out in cold sweat. Could it be that he was going to attack the Green Clan? The clan leader of the Green Clan suddenly stood up and said coldly, "This fight didn't count." Everyone was in an uproar. The elders of the Shao clan sneered. Why didn't it count? Did you think that everyone was blind? The leader of the Green tribe gritted his teeth and said, previously, he and Xiao Xiu had suppressed the destruction serpent dragon together. How could the power of the two of them be attributed to him alone? Moreover, Qin Er fought with Xiao Xiu previously. He was also injured. That was why he lost. Although he won this battle, he didn't use his own strength to win. So I'm not convinced. Yes, that's right. What the clan leader said made sense. The people of the Shao clan were also indifferent. I agree. The people of the Thousand Transformation sect stood up and said coldly, if you want to determine the winner, then use your own strength. For example, 2 people should fight alone. Everyone was in an uproar. Although they felt that the Green Clan was despicable, no one dared to say anything. At this moment, the clan leader of the Shao clan said, "That's right, I agree too." The 7th elder snorted. They had never seen such shameless people. Xiao Mu's face fell. Why? Do you want to cover the sky with your hands? A terrifying aura was emitted from his body. The clan leader of the Shao clan was pale. The people of the Green Clan snorted. Xiao Mu, although you're a genius from 5,000 years ago, the world has changed. This is not the era of the past. Oh, are you trying to challenge me? Xiao Mu's eyes shone brightly, piercing through the sky. The clan leader of the Green Clan took 2 steps back. He felt a huge pressure. In the next moment, he snorted, "If you want to fight, I'll accompany you to the end." Behind him, the experts of the Green Clan stood up. A great battle was about to break out. At this moment, Lin Xian smiled. "Senior, if they want to fight again, I'll grant them their wish." Everyone turned to look. Xiao Mu frowned. "Lin Gongzi, the outcome of this battle has been decided. There's no need for that. Lin Xian had said that they were defenseless, and that they would lose wholeheartedly. Didn't you say that I borrowed the power of the destruction flood dragon? Next, I'll fight him alone. I won't use any beast's power. He can use it as he pleases. Moreover, I'll give him time to recover to his peak state. Then we'll fight again." Everyone was stunned. Is this kid crazy? This is obviously disadvantageous for him. The clan leader of the Green Clan sneered. "Kid, what are you trying to do?" He didn't believe that Xiao Mu would be so kind. Lin Xian said, "I can agree to all your conditions. However, I have one condition. That is, the next battle will be a battle of life and death." Do you dare? A battle of life and death? This kid wants to have a battle of life and death with Qin Chen. Everyone was shocked. The elders of the Green Clan were also in an uproar. Where did this guy get his confidence from? The clan leader of the Green Clan said, "Chen Er is a beast tamer. He won't fight you alone. If he wants to fight you, he'll use his beast. Can you accept this?" Lin Xian said it's okay. As long as he can control the beast, it's his power. "Okay, I'll fight you." The clan leader of the Green Clan shouted. He really had no reason to reject. Although Xiao Mu's body was tough, his son Qingqian could control many beasts. This way, he would definitely have the upper hand. On the Xiao clan side, the seventh elder said, "No, you'll be in danger." Lin Xian smiled. "Senior, don't worry. I'm confident. Now, I'll give him time to recover. Kid, just you wait. I'll kill you with my own hands." Xiao Chen gritted his teeth. He pushed Xiao Mu aside and started to recover. Chapter 4593. Lin Xian looked at Xiao Xiu and said, "Come on, let's continue with the competition. I'll help you reach the top." Xiao Xiu was stunned. "Lin Gongzi, aren't you going to recover?" In her opinion, Lin Xian had also used up a lot of energy. He should also need to recover. Otherwise, he would be at a disadvantage. Lin Xian said no need. "I don't care about this competition. Let's continue with the other beast tamers." The people around were stunned. What was this guy doing? Did he really have a super strong trump card? Or was he an idiot? Father, the seventh elder, looked at Xiao Mu. Xiao Mu smiled. "Daughter, don't worry. Lin Gongzi's strength is not something you can imagine." He was looking forward to the next competition. Lin Xian and Xiao Xiu controlled the destruction Jiao Dragon to look forward. The beast tamers and beast tamers around all stepped back. There were only 3 figures standing there. Lin Xian defeated Qingqian, and the others were no match for him. Only the other 3 geniuses who were as famous as Qingqian could fight him. "Come on." Lin Xian looked at Mu Linfeng. Mu Linfeng walked out. In front of him, the King Kong ape was also roaring at the sky. Its terrifying energy covered the sky and the earth. Behind it, the destruction Jiao dragon flew out, and the 2 fought. It was as if 2 ancient divine beasts were fighting. Terrifying rules filled the air. This was a shocking battle. In the end, the destruction Jiao dragon won. The King Kong ape's body was penetrated and it fell to the ground. Mu Linfeng's soul was injured. His face was pale. He gritted his teeth and said, "You won this battle." The crowd was in an uproar again. He was too strong. After Qingqian, Mu Linfeng of the 4 great geniuses was also defeated. There were only 2 left, Gu Yu and Han Qiu. Could these 2 fend them off? If he couldn't stop them, would he have to let Lin Xian and Xiao Xiu reach the peak? "Thanks for letting me win," Lin Xian said calmly. Then he continued to look around and stared at Han Qiu. Xiao Xiu was agitated. She was a genius, but she couldn't imagine such a scene because there was still a huge gap between her and Qingqian. It would take a long time to catch up with these people. But now, with Lin Xian's help, these people were defeated by her. At the front, Han Qiu smiled and said, "Lin Gongzi's strength is really shocking. I admit defeat." Everyone was stunned. They did not expect Han Qiu to directly admit defeat. But thinking about it, although Han Qiu's strength was strong, he was not stronger than Mu Linfeng and Qingqian. These 2 people had been defeated. The possibility of Han Qiu's defeat was very high. Moreover, one's soul would be injured, which would be very detrimental to one's future ranking. She was a very smart woman. Lin Xian smiled and looked at the last person. It was Gu Yu. This person was much stronger than the others. He was a 3-soul beast tamer. He was also the most powerful enemy. Gu Yu felt Lin Xian's gaze and turned his head as well. A terrifying soul aura burst out from his eyes. Their souls clashed in the air, tearing the 9 heavens apart. "Come on, let me see how powerful you are." Xiao Xiu said, "Do you want to fight with Lin Gongzi one-on-one? Then I can leave." Gu Yu shook his head. "No, you 2 can fight together, because I have 2 souls." A terrifying aura burst out from his soul again, sweeping across everything. Xiao Xiu was stunned. No wonder this person did not need help. He had 2 souls. In this way, she did not retreat. "All right, let's fight together." Everyone had an assistant. In the previous battles, they had fought together with their assistants. So, now that Gu Yu had shown his 2 souls, Xiao Xiu naturally could not leave. the battle of the pinnacle began. Everyone was nervous. The outcome of this battle would determine who would be the champion of the mountain sea beast fighters. The people from the Xiao clan were also shocked. They did not expect Xiao Xiu to make it this far. Even if she lost, she would be in second place, which was enough to be proud of. Gu Yu was controlling a strange tiger. The flames on its body were terrifying. There was an earth-shattering roar. The terrifying flames rushed over and attacked the destruction Jiao dragon. The destruction Jiao dragon flew and dodged quickly. At the same time, it unleashed a destructive aura. The terrifying law of destruction kept shaking. Boom! After one attack, the two turned into lightning and clashed in the air. It was truly a fierce battle between dragons and tigers. The people around were shouting excitedly. The elders of the Mountain Sea Palace also nodded. Too powerful. Gu Yu's two souls were indeed terrifying. His control was too strong. This guy might become a six-soul beast tamer in the future. Lin Xian was stronger. He was bearing most of the pressure. Discussions broke out one after another. In front, the strange tiger roared. Its voice shook the 9 heavens. There was a cold, murderous intent in its eyes. It kept running in the air, forming a strange law. A pair of flame wings spread out on its back. Its speed was extremely fast. The entire world began to tremble. The destruction Jiao dragon was surrounded by a sea of fire. The scales on its body kept making clanging sounds. The flames were burning its power. The destruction Jiao dragon roared. There was a terrifying light of destruction in its eyes. A destruction blade swept across the sky. Buzz! The blade slashed out. Everyone exclaimed. This blade had once split the giant demon statue in half. It was the destruction Jiao dragon's bloodline magic. What was surprising was that the strange tiger was extraordinary. It flapped its wings and dodged the blade. It was too powerful. It was a battle of the peak. Everyone was excited. Such a battle was rare among the younger generation. Mu Lingfeng looked at the scene and smiled bitterly. He deserved to lose. Han Qiu also said that Lin Xian was right. Only Gu Yu could compete with Lin Xian. However, Gu Yu obviously didn't use all his strength. His two souls should have other effects. As expected, after dodging the destruction blade, the strange tiger roared in the distance. It didn't attack immediately. Gu Yu walked up and stood on the strange tiger. He said coldly, "You are indeed strong. If we continue to fight, I may not be able to defeat you." As soon as these words came out, the surrounding people were also stunned. What was going on? Was Gu Yu going to admit defeat? However, they soon realized that was not the case. Gu Yu said, "So I am going to be serious. Be careful." After speaking, his eyes suddenly shone with a terrifying light. He charged to the other side. In the sky, a demon beast roared. It was a breeze sparrow. It was also an extremely terrifying demon beast. Its strength was not weaker than the giant demon statue. At this moment, it was controlled by Gu Yu. It charged over crazily. At the same time, the strange tiger attacked again. Everyone was shocked. No way. This guy was so strong. It was normal for a beast tamer to control many demon beasts to fight at the same time. However, it depended on what level they were at. The strange tiger and the Qingfeng sparrow were at the same level. It was already very impressive for the younger generation to be able to control one, not to mention controlling two at the same time. This was simply unimaginable. Was this the biggest trump card of two souls? It was really terrifying. Other geniuses couldn't compare to it. Chapter 4594. The breezy sparrow tore the body of the destruction flood dragon apart like a wind blade. The flames of the strange tiger forced the destruction flood dragon to retreat. In an instant, the destruction flood dragon was completely suppressed and was severely injured. Xiao Xiu's face turned pale as she felt the impact on her soul. Oh no, this guy is so terrifying. She used all her strength to perform the hallucinatory melody to stabilize the destruction flood dragon. She looked anxious, as she did not know what to do. Lin Xian said, "You stabilize the destruction flood dragon, and leave the rest to me." "All right." Xiao Xiu nodded and used all her strength to control the destruction flood dragon. Lin Xian raised his head and looked at the breezy sparrow. A golden light appeared in his eyes as his soul attacked. The heavenly secret divine eyes were extremely powerful. In an instant, the breezy sparrow roared again. He stopped attacking the destruction flood dragon and turned around to grab the strange tiger. He sent the strange tiger flying. Seeing this scene, the people who were watching the battle from afar exclaimed in shock. What was going on? Was the breezy sparrow crazy? Or did Guyu fail to control the breezy sparrow? No, it was Lin Xian who forcefully controlled the breezy sparrow. The elders of the Mountain Sea Palace all stood up in shock. They looked at Lin Xian and nodded their heads. He was a top-notch technique genius. He was also a soul expert. Elder Ruachan's eyes also shone brightly. What a terrifying technique. It was a bloodline technique. The strange tiger was sent flying, and cracks appeared on its body. Guyu frowned. He also felt the impact on his soul. He was actually able to seize control of his destruction flood dragon. He harumphed coldly. He controlled the strange tiger to attack continuously while he charged toward the green peak sparrow with the other. He wanted to seize control of his destruction flood dragon back. Their souls kept attacking the breezy sparrow's mind. Gu Yu's face sank. He realized that he could not seize control of his destruction flood dragon. Damn it, his opponent's technique was so powerful. He roared and stopped controlling the strange tiger. His two souls attacked the breezy sparrow together. He did not believe that his two souls could not win against Guyu. Lin Xian also felt the pressure. So strong. His dual souls were indeed extraordinary. His heavenly secret divine eyes were not something his opponent could have imagined. The heavenly secret map in his eyes shone brightly. At this moment, the breeze sparrow's soul could no longer withstand the pressure and fell from the sky. Had he fallen? Everyone in the distance was dumbfounded. What a top-notch battle! A terrifying demonic beast was actually killed directly. Damn it! Gu Yu gritted his teeth. Was he going to lose to the other party? He couldn't stand it. He had never taken anyone seriously. Even Qing Chen and Mu Lingfeng were not worthy of his attention. Now that Lin Xian had appeared, he felt even more pressured. He roared angrily and searched for other demonic beasts to control. This time, he wanted to control 3 demonic beasts. His terrifying soul force covered the sky. The surrounding demonic beasts all roared uneasily. The destruction flood dragon was also retreating in defeat. Xiao Xiu's face turned pale. Too powerful. She couldn't block it at all. Lin Xian snorted coldly. "You want to fight? I'll accompany you to the end." He raised his head and looked at the sky. His golden eyes were like the eyes of a god looking at the 9 heavens. Suddenly a roar rang out. A golden figure appeared in the sky and charged over. The moment he appeared, the surrounding demonic beasts prostrated themselves on the ground. Even the strange tiger retreated quickly. Guyu felt a chill down his spine and immediately retreated. The others were stunned. The golden figure was actually the metal spirit beast. It couldn't be. This was a Saint King advanced stage. This kid could actually control it? The people from Shanghai Coco were also stunned. Elder Xiangui and the others were all dumbfounded. Even a 3-soul beast tamer wouldn't be able to control such an existence. This kid's technique, what level had it reached? I admit defeat. Guyu sighed. He wasn't a match for Lin Xian. He didn't expect someone in Shanghai City to surpass him. He even felt that Lin Xian was unfathomable. Gu Yu admitted defeat. Countless people exclaimed. Everyone was stunned. They couldn't believe it. This was the genius who had the highest chance of becoming number one. Now that he admitted defeat, wouldn't mean that Lin Xian and Xiao Shiyu were the number one? It was too unbelievable. Previously, they had thought of many possibilities, but none of them had thought of this. Great, I'm not dreaming, right? The people from the Xiao clan were so excited that they were about to cry. The people from the Green clan gritted their teeth. Damn it, this kid's strength and talent were way above theirs. Would they be confident in the next round? Damn kid, you dare to control me? At this moment, a roar shook the heavens. The metal spirit beast came back to his senses. A pair of cold eyes stared at Lin Xian. He was furious. He didn't pay attention to the previous battles. Moreover, he didn't think that anyone could control him. Hence, he was careless and was controlled by Lin Xian. He gritted his teeth in anger. Lin Xian laughed. I'm just borrowing your strength. Don't be so petty. Damn kid, he slapped his claw over. However, Lin Xian dodged instantly. Do you want to fight? A golden glow appeared in his eyes. Xiao Mu, who was in the sky, shouted, Metal spirit beast, get lost. The terrifying heavenly sound rushed over. The metal spirit beast was so scared that his scalp went numb. He soared into the sky and looked at Xiao Mu in horror. This person was too strong. He could probably control him in an instant. Without the threat of the metal spirit beast, Lin Xian looked around and said coldly, Who else wants to challenge me? The surrounding people were silent. What a joke. So many geniuses were no match for you. Who would dare to challenge you? Seeing that no one dared to answer, Lin Xian turned to look at the Mountain Sea Palace and said, Seniors of the Mountain Sea Palace, I still have a life and death battle. I wonder if you can announce the first place in advance? I think that no one can challenge us. The people of the Mountain Sea Palace also took a deep breath and quickly discussed. Not long after, Elder Seven Spirits walked over and said loudly, All right, the rules are changed this time. We will announce the first place in advance. This time, the first place of the Mountain Sea Beast battles was Lin Xian and Xiao Shiyu. They would obtain supreme glory and the seal of life and death. Both of them were qualified to enter the Mountain Sea Palace and become its members. At the same time, they would receive the protection of the Mountain Sea Palace. In Shanghai City, whoever dares to touch the two of them would be an enemy of the Mountain Sea Palace. Countless people were in an uproar. Many envious gazes looked over. The two of them had everything, be it status, glory, supernatural powers, absolute arts, or safety. Great, we succeeded. We finally succeeded. The people of the Xiao clan cheered. This was their most glorious moment. The leader of the Xiao clan gritted his teeth. Damn it, we can't do anything to Xiao Shiyu now. The faces of the Green clan were also ugly. This marriage alliance would be difficult to proceed. They didn't dare to resist. The Mountain Sea Palace. It was all because of this despicable kid. They stared at Lin Xian with killing intent in their eyes. Qing Chen also stood up and said, Father, don't worry. I will go and kill him now. He was really mad. This was his glory, but it was snatched away by someone else. He had to take his revenge. Chapter 4595. Chen, have you recovered to your peak? Qing Chen nodded. Clan leader Qing said, Good, then get ready. After that, he stood up and said loudly, winning first place in the Mountain Sea Fighting Beast competition is probably the greatest glory in your life, because you will go to hell next. Clan leader Qing's voice spread in all directions. Everyone quieted down. They knew that there was a life and death battle waiting for Lin Xian. Whether or not Lin Xian could enjoy the supreme glory and noble status would depend on whether or not he could survive the battle of life and death. Have you recovered? Come on then. Lin Xian didn't care. Clan leader Qing looked at the people of Mountain Sea Palace. They said, Elder of Mountain Sea Palace, I have a request. I don't want anyone to disturb this life and death battle. So I hope that the Mountain Sea Fighting Beast competition will be temporarily suspended and another arena will be opened for the life and death battle. This space can only hold 2 people, no other demonic beasts or humans. As soon as these words came out, the crowd was in an uproar. On Shao Clan's side, the 7th elder gritted his teeth. They must have seen that Lin Gongzi could control the golden spirit beast, so they were worried that he would control it during the life and death battle. In this case, Lin Gongzi was really in danger. Xiao Xiu's face was pale as she looked at Mountain Sea Palace. Let's plead together and ask him to reject this request. Lin Xian said, "It doesn't matter, I can just ask for anything." Did he need to use his demonic beast to kill his opponent? What a joke! These people would soon know his true strength. The people of Mountain Sea Palace looked at Lin Xian and said, "What do you have to say about this?" Lin Xian said, "Nothing. I also want to open up an independent space. I don't want this battle to affect others." Okay, since that's the case, let's begin. Those experts opened up another space in the square. There was no one in the space. Only Lin Xian and Qing Qin could enter. The others also stopped fighting. Instead, they were all watching the battle to the death. Qing Qin walked in and sneered, "Kid, I really didn't expect you to get first place. However, you are about to die. This is my honor. If I kill you, the Mountain Sea Palace will take me seriously. I am the only genius. Xiao Xiu is also mine, and you can only go to hell." After saying this, he waved his hand as his eyes emitted a brilliant glow. Countless beasts appeared around him, blotting out the sky and covering the earth. These demonic beasts ranged from sages to sage kings. This time he had to go all out and not let go of any opportunity. Too strong. Countless people looked at this scene in shock. Individually, these demonic beasts were no match for the demonic tiger and the giant devil, but together they were a terrifying force. Moreover, this was enough to show that Qing Chen's soul pupil technique was extremely terrifying. To be able to control so many demonic beasts at the same time was simply a rare genius. More importantly, the leading demon beast was a crimson blood demon wolf. This was a demonic beast in the middle stage of the Saint King realm. It was no weaker than the strange tiger and the giant demon. Everyone knew that they were really going all out. "Kid, I'll make sure you die a horrible death." Qing Qin looked at Lin Xian and revealed a cruel smile. Lin Xian laughed. "You are too naive. In my eyes, you will always be an ant, no matter how many demonic beasts you control. You are still arrogant when you are about to die." Qing Chen waved his hand, and the eye of the blade quickly attacked. The surrounding demonic beasts all roared and rushed out. They enveloped Lin Xian in an overwhelming manner. Lin Xian, on the other hand, struck out. His golden palm carried the 9 suns' divine fire, vast and mighty. Under the palm, cracks appeared on the surrounding demonic beasts, and then they shattered. The sky was filled with a bloody mist. Lin Xian's figure was like a god fiend. The surrounding people were horrified. He was too strong. Damn it, kill him. Qing Qin activated the Crimson Blood Demon Wolf. The Crimson Blood Demon Wolf roared and turned into a blood-colored lightning, charging forward. This was the strongest attack, and everyone was watching nervously. However, Lin Xian was calm and composed. He formed a seal with his palm, and the man-ruler seal was slapped out like a heavenly king. The attack was aimed at the Crimson Blood Demon Wolf. The Crimson Blood Demon Wolf was horrified. At the last moment he retreated, because he sensed a fatal danger. However, it was too late. After the attack, his body was torn apart. Is he dead? The terrifying Crimson Blood Demon Wolf could not even block a single attack from Lin Xian. This person was too strong. He did not even use his full strength before. Everyone was horrified. They knew that they had underestimated Lin Xian. The people of the Green Clan stood up abruptly, gritting their teeth. Damn it, how could this be? The Crimson Blood Demon Wolf could kill any expert, but it could not do anything to Lin Xian? This guy was like a god of war. The people of the Xiao clan were also shocked. Lin Xian looked forward and said indifferently, "Did you see that? You are not worthy to be my opponent. What other secret techniques do you have? Show them all." How could this be? Qing Chen was horrified. Previously, he had taken out all the demonic beasts that he could control. He thought that he could easily kill Lin Xian, but now he was in despair. Even if Lin Xian did not control the demonic beasts, his strength alone was unparalleled. Feeling Lin Xian's gaze, Qing Chen clenched his teeth. Qing Chen gritted his teeth. "Brat, just you wait. This matter isn't over yet." He turned around and wanted to leave. Lin Xian laughed heartily. "Why? You wanted to kill me so many times before. Now that I have used my strongest attack, you want to leave? What do you think I, Lin Xian, am? Where do you think this is? Do you think you can come and go as you please? This is a battle of life and death. Only one person can walk out alive today." Lin Xian released a terrifying killing intent. He clenched his fist and charged over. "How dare you!" the leader of the Green Clan roared. Many experts of the Green Clan rushed over, wanting to save him. However, Lin Xian's palm was faster. He punched out, like the sun flying between heaven and earth. Qing Chen felt a fatal danger. He turned around and shouted angrily. Lin Xian was courting death. A terrifying saber light burst out from his eyes. Eyes of the blade burned for me. He burned his bloodline and struck out a green saber light. It was as if a peerless saber was slashing down. Boom! The golden fist moved forward and collided with the peerless saber. An earth-shattering sound was heard, and the entire barrier was shattered. The peerless saber was shattered. Lin Xian continued to attack and hit Qing Chen's body. Boom! Qing Chen's body was torn into pieces, and his soul escaped. At this moment, the experts of the Green Clan had arrived. "Father, Elder, save me." He saw hope. However, at the next moment, a sword light slashed across his soul. It carried a destructive aura. It made his soul disappear quickly. No, he let out a cry of despair. Then, his soul turned into nothingness and disappeared. Dead. Young Master Qing Chen was really dead. Everyone went crazy. Chapter 4596. The two elders of the Green Tribe shouted in anger, "You're courting death." The two of them attacked Lin Xian with a shocking blow. "Not good." "Xiao!" Shiyu exclaimed. She was about to faint. Xiao Mu's eyes were filled with killing intent. "You dare to attack?" Boom! A deafening sound was heard. Everything was too late. "Not good." Xiao Mu's expression changed. These were two elders of the Green Tribe. The others exclaimed, "Could it be that this kid was going to die?" Was he going to die? The leader of the Xiao tribe sneered. It was great that such a strong enemy had died, although he would feel numb after this. The space in front of them was shattered. The morning mist spread, and three figures appeared. Lin Xian stood there with two palms on his body. Golden light formed a strange rune on his body. It was like the sun shining in all directions. Two palms landed on his body, but there wasn't a single crack on his body. How could it be? The two elders of the Green Tribe were stunned. They were almost at the late Holy King realm. The two of them could fight against a late Holy King realm expert with their full strength. No matter how strong this kid was, he wouldn't be able to block it. But what was going on now? They felt as if they had hit a mountain. They couldn't break through Lin Xian's defense. The surrounding people were stunned when they saw this. Xiao Shiyu and the rest heaved a sigh of relief. Great, nothing happened. Lin Xian raised his head and looked at the two elders. His eyes were filled with coldness. This is a battle of life and death between me and him. How dare you attack me? You deserve to die. His hands formed the human ruler seal and slapped towards the two elders. The two elders narrowed their eyes. Not good. They quickly retreated. Vines flew out from one of them. The other formed a spiritual shield to block the attack. Boom! 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 A deafening sound was heard. The two elders' bodies split apart and turned into blood mist. They couldn't believe that Lin Xian could kill them so easily. The surrounding people were stunned. They couldn't believe it. These were two elders. They were extremely powerful existences in the middle stage of the Saint King realm. Yet they had been killed in a single move. The people from the Green Clan were also stunned, and then they quickly retreated. Previously, they had also come to help, but they were not as fast as the two elders. At this moment, they were frantically fleeing. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian sneered. "Since you're here, don't leave." With a flick of his wrist, several streaks of sword chi flew out, and like massive dragons, they enveloped the group. The bodies of the three people split open and fell from the sky. "Damn it, how dare you!" The leader of the Green Clan roared and rushed over. His palm seemed to have transformed into a world of its own, carrying with it a terrifying aura. Lin Xian frowned. The clan leader's strength was extremely terrifying. He had reached the peak of the Saint King stage. At that moment, Elder Ruachin snorted coldly. A demonic beast flew out from his demonic beast pouch. He turned into a bolt of lightning and charged over. It was a lightning eagle, which directly sent the patriarch of the Green Clan flying. Elder Ruachin flew over and stood on the lightning eagle as he said, coldly, "You dare to attack him?" He took first place in the Mountain Sea trials, so the Mountain Sea Palace will protect him. Do you want to be enemies with the Mountain Sea Palace? The patriarch of the Green Clan had just stabilized himself when he heard this. He spat out a mouthful of blood. He was really mad. His son was killed in front of everyone, and he even lost a few elders. But he couldn't do anything to Lin Xian. "I'm asking you a question, don't you understand?" Elder Ruachin shouted coldly. The patriarch of the Green Clan gritted his teeth and said, "I don't dare to." After saying that, he seemed to have aged 1,000 years. He turned around and said to the people of the Green Clan, "Let's go." He couldn't stay here any longer, or he would die of anger. Looking at the back of the Green Clan, everyone was stunned. No one would have thought that the insufferably arrogant Green Clan would end up like this. How could it be? The patriarch of the Shao Clan couldn't believe it, and the uncle of the Shao Clan was also terrified. This kid was actually so powerful. He had wanted to kill Lin Xian several times before, but now it seemed that it was easy for Lin Xian to kill him. All right, the matter of the Green Clan has been settled. Next, it's time to settle the matter of the Shao Clan. Shao Mu descended from the sky and looked at the patriarch of the Shao Clan. As the patriarch of the Shao Clan, you didn't put the Shao Clan in your eyes and even went against the rules of the Shao Clan. How should you be punished? The patriarch of the Shao Clan felt his scalp go numb. The first elder shouted coldly. Shao Mu couldn't do anything to him. He was the patriarch, and even if he did something wrong, he had to be punished by the old ancestor. Now that the old ancestor was in a deep sleep, he couldn't. Before the patriarch could finish his words, Shao Mu slapped him with his spiritual palm, turning the first elder into a bloody mist. Even his soul couldn't escape. "You're not qualified to talk to me." The people of the Shao Clan felt their scalps go numb, and the second elder knelt on the ground. The patriarch of the Shao Clan gritted his teeth and said, "What do you want?" "What do I want?" Shao Mu snorted coldly, and his eyes shone with a cold light. After saying that, he attacked forcefully, and a spiritual sword killed the second elder. Then he charged towards the patriarch of the Shao Clan. Shao Li roared, "Don't go too far!" He counterattacked forcefully, summoning a few powerful demonic beasts that swept across the area. The two of them engaged in a terrifying battle, and the surrounding people retreated. However, no matter how powerful Shao Li was, how could he be a match for Shao Mu? After 100 moves, he was defeated, and his body was stained with blood. He gritted his teeth and roared, "Damn it, I can't accept this!" Soon after, his soul was also destroyed by Shao Mu. Everyone was silent. At this moment, the third elder shouted at Shao Mu, "Sixth uncle, I hope you can be the patriarch of the Xiao clan. Yes, that's right. Pay your respects to the new patriarch. The other elders also bowed one after another. Xiao Mu stood there. All right, I'll take over the Xiao clan again. Initially, he didn't want to care about anything, but seeing the Xiao clan in such a state, he was afraid that it would decline if this continued. He had to step up. Among the crowd, the first uncle knelt on the ground and shouted, "Old ancestor, please don't kill me. Please spare my life. Xiao Yu, please give me a chance. Seventh elder, please help me beg for mercy." He was really frightened. Xiao Yu frowned, but the seventh elder sneered. "Give you a chance? You wanted to kill us previously." The first uncle was in despair. He knew that even the patriarch had fallen, and there was no way he could live. He begged, "Please let my daughter go." Xiao Mu said coldly, "Don't worry, I'll let her go, but you'll have to find out for yourself." The first uncle gritted his teeth. His soul burned, and he disappeared from the world. Looking at the fallen body of the other party, everyone closed their eyes. This guy had courted his own death. As for Xiao Yu, although she was arrogant, she was talented. With Xiao Mu's help, her memory was erased. This way, the other party wouldn't take revenge, and she could work for the Xiao clan in the future. The moment Xiao Mu came out, he showed his ruthless methods and reorganized the Xiao clan. The other clans and sects also came to congratulate Xiao Mu on his return. There were also some sects that wanted to cooperate with the Xiao clan. After all, Xiao Yu had become the number one, and she was favored by the Mountain Sea Palace. With Xiao Mu's return, the strength of the Xiao clan would definitely increase by leaps and bounds. Chapter 4597. Cooperating with the Xiao clan was the wisest choice at this time. Of course, most of them wanted to invite Lin Xian. After this battle, they could see that Lin Xian's talent and strength were completely above the geniuses of the Mountain Sea Palace. It was unbelievable. Lin Xian rejected these requests, saying that inviting him was the same as inviting Xiao Yu. So, they turned to invite the Xiao clan. Meanwhile, the elders of the Mountain Sea Palace walked over to them. Among them, Elder Xian Gui sighed. He also seemed to have aged by many years. The disciple he took in was actually killed by someone. Elder Yen Luo smiled and said, "Looks like your snow fox is mine." Elder Black Turtle said, "I'll give it to you. From now on, I'll go into seclusion and won't come out for 100 years. After saying that, he turned and left. On the other side, Elder Yen Luo was very happy. She came to Xiao Yu to take her as her disciple. She was a 5-soul beast tamer. Xiao Yu was naturally happy to take her as her master. Everyone congratulated her again. Then, the elders came to Lin Xian's side. Elder Ruochen personally offered Lin Xian an olive branch, hoping that he would take Lin Xian as his disciple. However, Lin Xian rejected. He said, "Seniors, I'm sorry, but I won't be staying here for long. Please forgive me." The elders and geniuses of the beast tamer clans almost vomited blood after hearing that. They dreamed of entering the Mountain Sea Palace, but they were rejected by this kid. How could there be such a big gap between them? The elders of the Mountain Sea Palace were also stunned. He was probably the first person to reject them. Elder Ruochen smiled bitterly. "You little guy, forget it, but you can come to the Mountain Sea Palace as a guest." Of course, Lin Xian smiled and said, "Thank you for your understanding." On the other side, Xiao Yu also came to Xiao Mu to greet her grandfather. Xiao Mu liked Xiao Yu very much and kept nodding. The family was reunited. The 7th elder was very excited. She came to Lin Xian to express her gratitude. If it weren't for Lin Xian, all of this would have been a dream. And now it had been successfully realized. Xiao Mu said, "Lin Gongzi, the proposal from before won't change. How about it? Are you willing to marry me, your granddaughter?" The 7th elder also nodded. She was very satisfied. Xiao Shiyu's little face blushed. She blushed and ran away. Lin Xian was also stunned. Then he said, "Elder Shao, you know that I still have some things to do." As he spoke up to hear, a hint of coldness appeared in his eyes. Shao Mu said, "All right, I don't care about the matters of you young people. I'm just giving you an opinion. As for what you want to do, it's up to you. When the time comes, I might be able to help you with the things you mentioned." "Really?" Lin Xian was surprised. Shao Mu said, "Naturally, you let me regain control of the Shao clan and helped my granddaughter successfully enter the Mountain Sea Palace. How could I not help you with such a big favor? No matter what you do, even if you have to go through fire and water, I will not hesitate." "All right, then I won't hold back." Lin Xian's eyes lit up. With such a top beast tamer, his following actions would be much more convenient. Next, the competition continued. Because the first place had been decided, the other rankings had not yet been decided. Therefore, Lin Xian returned to the spectator stand and continued watching the competition. Finally, all the competitions had ended. The second place was Gu Yu, the third place was Mu Lingfeng, and the fourth place was Han Qiu. Countless people began to congratulate them. The beast tamer clans also heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, other than Lin Xian and Xiao Xiu, the rest of the competition went on as usual. Next, Lin Xian and Xiao Xiu went up again. They stood in the most glorious place and received the envy and worship of countless people. The Mountain Sea Palace elder walked up and gave each of them a token. This was the Mountain Sea Token. In the entire Shanghai city, they were protected by the Mountain Sea Palace. At the same time, they began to give out the prizes. Lin Xian and the others were invited to enter the Mountain Sea Palace to cultivate. At the same time, those who ranked in the top 10 were also qualified to enter. Soon, Lin Xian and Xiao Xiu followed Elder Ruochen out of the competition square and set off for the Mountain Sea Palace. The Mountain Sea Palace was even more magnificent. After Lin Xian entered, he received the seal of life and death. He and Xiao Xiu entered their respective secret rooms and began to cultivate. Lin Xian had an ancient seal in his hand. It was emitting a terrifying aura of life and death. His eyes shone with golden light. He began to comprehend the seal of life and death. The seal of life and death was a powerful soul superpower. It was used to control the life and death of people. For the beast tamer clans, it was a supreme treasure. Lin Xian also needed it, because next he would control many powerful beasts and then return to the Misty Peak to save his friends. Misty Peak and the 6 Great Caves. Just wait. He would return soon. A year later, Lin Xian came out of seclusion. After coming out, his eyes shone with an even more terrifying aura. This time, he had mastered the seal of life and death. This terrifying cultivation speed shocked the elders of the Mountain Sea Palace even more. One had to know that even a top genius could not master a superpower like the seal of life and death so quickly. Elder Ruochen was even more determined. Lin Xian had a pair of strange eyes. Indeed, under the heavenly secret divine eyes, all soul superpowers became simple for Lin Xian. Otherwise, Lin Xian spent another half a year cultivating the melody of phantom sound. Then he took out the heavenly secret eye that Shao Mu had given him and continued to comprehend it. This made his heavenly secret divine powers stronger again. In the next half a year, Lin Xian continued to stay in the Mountain Sea Palace. He asked Elder Ruochen to let him view other soul secret techniques. Elder Ruochen was very surprised by Lin Xian's talent. He thought that Lin Xian would have unparalleled achievements in the future. The Mountain Sea Palace naturally wanted to befriend such a genius. Therefore, they made an exception and let Lin Xian view many soul superpowers and secret techniques. This time, it actually took him another year of time. Lin Xian's heavenly secret divine eyes now contained endless mysteries. After integrating these soul secret techniques, Lin Xian's understanding of the soul increased to another level. Lin Xian felt that it was about time to go back. So on this day he stood up and went to Elder Ruachin to explain his intention. Elder Ruachin said, "Okay, I won't stop you if you have something to do, but you must come back to the Mountain Sea Palace often." Then Lin Xian went to find Xiao Shiyu and said a few words. Xiao Shiyu's eyes instantly turned red. She said, "I'll go with you." Lin Xian said, "There will be a very fierce battle when I go back this time. When the time comes, it will be a life and death crisis. You'd better stay here and cultivate. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Besides, you just got a new master. You'd better hurry up and learn. When I come back, I hope you'll be a 3-soul beast tamer." "Okay, that's what you said. When I become a 3-soul beast tamer, you must come back," Xiao Shiyu said with a determined look. Chapter 4598. Of course. Why would I lie to you? Lin Xian smiled and left the Mountain Sea Palace. He returned to the Xiao clan. The Xiao clan welcomed him with the highest standard. Xiao Mu came personally. "Lin Gongzi, you're finally here." Now that he had regained control of the Xiao clan, he was in high spirits. He was no longer as desolate as before. Lin Xian came and explained his intentions. Xiao Mu said, "All right, I'll go with you, but give me 10 days to make the arrangements." For the next few days, Lin Xian stayed in the Xiao clan temporarily. When Xiao Shiyu heard the news, she returned to the clan to accompany Lin Xian. Lin Xian and Xiao Shiyu strolled around. When he saw the willow catkins, he was shocked again. "Xiao Shiyu, what was that?" When he first came, he saw the catkins. It seemed to be a powerful array. Xiao Shiyu said, "This is the guardian of our Xiao clan. It's a willow tree that has been in our clan since a long time ago. It's now a great sage. This willow catkin flies around the Xiao clan to protect our clan." Next, Xiao Shiyu led Lin Xian through the pavilion and walked towards the depths of the Xiao clan. Finally, he saw an old willow tree. It shone with a holy radiance. The 7 stars of the great sage surrounded it. Lin Xian looked at it from afar and was shocked. It seemed like the Xiao clan was much stronger than he had imagined. They had a sage, and he heard that there was a true sage who was in a deep slumber. Xiao Shiyu said, "Other than our Xiao clan, the other top clans also have such guardians. They're all great sages." Great sage. Lin Xian looked forward to it. He didn't know when he could reach this realm. "Let's go." In the evening, the two went back. For the next few days, the two stayed together. On this day, Xiao Mu came over and said, "Lin Gongzi, it's done." "Oh, is that so?" Lin Xian took a deep breath. "All right, I'll prepare to leave." Xiao Shiyu's eyes reddened again. Lin Xian said, "Don't worry, I'll be back." Xiao Shiyu nodded. Xiao Mu also took out 3 willow branches. He took one and gave the other 2 to Lin Xian and Xiao Shiyu. "What is this?" Lin Xian was surprised. He could feel a powerful life force from it, as well as a terrifying law. Xiao Shiyu was also surprised. This was the guardian deity's willow branch. Xiao Mu nodded. "That's right. This was the guardian deity's willow branch. These 2 willow branches can be used for self-defense." Lin Xian was overjoyed. He now had another trump card. He carefully kept the willow branch and waved goodbye to Xiao Shiyu. He and Xiao Mu soared into the air and left the Xiao residence. The 2 of them planned to head to the 100,000 forest and the Black Sea to subdue some demonic beasts. Then he left. This time, they had to be well prepared. At this moment, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard from afar. Lin Xian's eyes shone brightly as he looked into the distance, a look of shock on his face. Xiao Mu stopped. It was actually him. A figure flew over from afar. He had a handsome face. He strode over. It was Lone Moonyu. "What do you want?" Lin Xian asked curiously. "Do you still want to compete?" Lone Moonyu shook his head. "I am not your opponent now. Moreover, you have the seal of life and death. I have never lost to anyone before. This time, I lost to you and I lost wholeheartedly. Therefore, I want to follow you for a period of time." "Follow." Lin Xian was surprised. Then he said, I'm afraid that's not possible. Now, I have to leave Shanghai City to complete a very important matter. It's nothing. I can leave too. Anyway, I can cultivate anywhere. You won't regret it? If I do this, it will be very dangerous. I might have to fight with many top sections. Lone Moon was also surprised. This kid actually had such thoughts. Was he going to fight with a sect alone? But soon he smiled. No wonder I am not as good as you. Since you have such confidence, then I should follow you. Also, I think you should know my talent. Although I am not as good as you, I am still a top expert. I think I should be able to help by your side. Moreover, we beast tamers can control tens of thousands of beasts. There was once a top beast tamer who took down a sect alone. This was not wrong. If it was an extremely terrifying beast tamer, such as the one in the Mountain Sea Palace, who could control a great sage and bring tens of thousands of beasts, they could definitely wipe out a sect. A truly powerful beast tamer was simply too terrifying. Well, in that case, you can join us. Welcome. Lin Xian smiled. Lone Moon also smiled. Then, the three of them set off for the 100,000 mountains. Lin Xian said that he had met a frost fire swan in the 100,000 mountains. This time he was going to subdue it. Xiaomu said, Fine, this old man will also go and subdue a few peak monster beasts. On the other side, Lone Moon also acted alone. The three of them agreed to meet here in a month. Then, Lin Xian flew towards the depths of the 100,000 mountains. Not long after, he felt terrifying ice and flames spreading in front of him. The corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. That should be the territory of the frost fire swan. Buzz. He flew over and tore apart the laws of ice and fire. He said coldly, Frost fire swan, get out here. In the distance, terrifying flames swept across and terrifying ice spread. A huge creature walked over. The world was trembling. Its huge wings spread out, causing half of the sky to freeze and the other half to be like fire. The beasts in the surrounding area knelt down and submitted. The frost fire swan shouted coldly, Who is it? How dare you disturb my rest? Its gaze pierced through the world. When it saw Lin Xian, it was instantly furious. Damn human brat, it's actually you. How could it not know him? Last time, it was him who acted wildly. It didn't expect him to come back now. Why, are you here to die? Lin Xian said, I'll give you a chance. If you obediently submit to me now, you will suffer a lot less. Subdue me? Ha 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 ha. A mere beast tamer wants to challenge me? You don't know what's good for you. You're only at the early stage of the sacred king realm. What do you have to fight me? The frostfire swan sneered. With a flap of its wings, flames filled the sky and enveloped Lin Xian. Stupid ant. In its opinion, this attack was enough to kill the other party. Unexpectedly, Lin Xian was not injured at all. Instead, he attacked forcefully. A huge golden hand descended from the sky, turning into a sky and pressing down. The frostfire swan felt a huge pressure. Even the flames on its body dimmed. Damn it, it roared. Terrifying ice flew out to contend with it. The sword of ice and fire merged. Lin Xian fought with it. It was earth-shattering. Mountain-embracing seal. An ancient demonic mountain descended from the sky and suppressed the frostfire swan. At the same time, an extremely terrifying light erupted from Lin Xian's eyes. Seal of life and death. A terrifying soul imprint merged into the other party's mind and bombarded it nonstop. The frostfire swan roared. It didn't expect the other party to become so powerful in such a short time. Especially this soul imprint. It felt a threat to its life. Chapter 4599. Ice and Fire Bloodline Break. A trace of madness appeared in the ice-fire swan's eyes as the crazy bloodline power burned. A terrifying ice and fire law directly split open, causing the sky to collapse and the earth to crack. Lin Xian also felt a huge impact. He took out the Great Destruction Spear. The power of destruction erupted and cleaved down, splitting apart the destructive power. The soul imprint and the seal of life and death erupted again, attacking continuously. The ice fire swan despaired. Its bloodline was burning, and it was difficult to not kill the other party. In the end, it was enveloped by the soul imprint. The seal of life and death appeared in its mind as it completely submitted to Lin Xian. Very good. The corners of Lin Xian's mouth curled up as he asked, "What else is there around here?" "Find all the demonic beasts of the same level as you." Next, Lin Xian swept through all the demonic beasts. A month had passed, and he returned with 5 late-stage Saint King demonic beasts. Gu Yu also returned with 2 late-stage Saint King demonic beasts. On the other side, Xiaomu returned with a full load. His strength was very terrifying. He suppressed 3 peak Saint Kings. There were also 10 late-stage Saint Kings. Next, Lin Xian and the other 2 controlled the demonic beasts that had been subdued and gathered a group of subordinates. Lin Xian took them into the Black Earth. "Let's go to the Black Sea again." The 3 of them soared into the sky and continued to head towards the Black Sea. This time, Lin Xian directly entered and used his heavenly secret divine eyes. Soon, a black water mystical snake appeared. Behind him followed tens of thousands of demonic beasts. They were all very terrifying demonic saints. "Greetings, Master." "Very good." Lin Xian took the tens of thousands of demonic beasts into the Black Sea and then attacked again. This time they took in dozens of top-tier demonic beasts and then left. The 3 of them entered the Black Earth and left the Black Sea, heading towards the eastern region of the heavenly spiral continent. Lin Xian prepared to return to the Xiantian Pavilion first before returning to the 1,000 Mountain Cave. During the process, Lin Xian and the others cultivated. Finally, they arrived at the eastern region. Lin Xian descended from the sky and arrived at the Xiantian Pavilion. After entering, he saw Jian Wuk and the others. Jian Wuk was also delighted. "You are fine, that is great." Lin Xian expressed his thoughts and Jian Wuk nodded. "All right, we will wait for your signal." Next, Lin Xian left again. He continued to ride the Black Earth and flew towards the Misty Peak. The ethereal peak was located in the northern region of the heavenly spiral continent. After Lin Xian's group arrived, they exited the Black Earth. He didn't go directly to the Misty Peak or the 1,000 Mountain Grotto. Instead, they settled down in a nearby city. Other than the grotto heavens in the vicinity, there were some larger cities. These cities were the antiquity cities. However, it was also very prosperous. All the grotto heavens had their own businesses in these huge cities. Lin Xian changed his appearance and aura before arriving at one of the huge cities. He walked in with Gu Yu. Xiaomu left. He had other things to do. Lin Xian was prepared to set up a trap. Then he would slowly lure the 6 paradise into his trap. Next, he would be able to control them. After entering the Moonlight City, Lin Xian asked Gu Yu to make a trip to the auction. They were auctioning a demonic beast. It was a mutated beast, and it was very young. As long as they subdued it and nurtured it, it would be a demonic beast that could grow. In the future, it would be a powerful helper. Indeed, at the auction, this exquisite cat attracted the attention of countless people. Many people bid for it. One of the girls shouted coldly, "I want this item. Who dares to fight with me? Don't blame me for being rude." Being rude? Who is so arrogant? Some sage kings sneered unmoved. However, someone said, "Do you want to die? Don't you know who this girl is?" She was the little princess of the White Cloud Grotto. Her grandfather was a core elder of the White Cloud Grotto. Her father was the city lord of the White Cloud City. She was simply a girl, blessed by the heavens. Would you dare to fight with such a person? Everyone felt their scalps go numb. How would they dare to fight with the heaven's daughter of the White Cloud Grotto? In the end, the exquisite cat landed in Bai Ling's hands. Bai Ling was very happy. She naturally knew that this was a mutated beast, so she immediately exchanged for the exquisite cat and left the auction house. Success! Gu Yu took the dragon marrow and returned to a manor. In the manor, Lin Xian was cultivating. When he heard these words, he nodded. In the next moment, he said, "White Cloud Grotto. All right, let's start with them." He formed a seal with his palm and began to contact Xiao Mu. Not long after, he stood up and said, "It's about time. We can prepare." On Xiao Mu's side, after receiving Lin Xian's message, a smile appeared on his face. He took out a flute and played the illusory melody. The illusory melody swept across the sky. In a mountain forest, countless demonic beasts were affected. In front of them, there was a mountain-like figure. It was a demonic beast with an exquisite aura. It was also an exquisite cat, and its strength was at the peak of the Sage King realm. With a roar, it charged toward Xiao Mu. Not only that, was an overlord. It led millions of demonic beasts and attacked nonstop. Xiao Mu used his powerful soul to control the exquisite cat. Then, he led it towards Moonlight City. Soon, a huge battle broke out. Countless demonic beasts began to attack Moonlight City. In an instant, the surrounding warriors were attacked. They fled into Moonlight City. The people in Moonlight City were shocked. Damn it! Were these demonic beasts crazy? They actually dared to attack Moonlight City. Soon, there were Sage Kings attacking. However, this time, it was led by the exquisite cat. It was extremely terrifying. Therefore, the sages were no match for them. They retreated and activated the array. Moonlight City was a huge city. It had a powerful array. When the array was activated, it blocked the demonic beasts. The people inside heaved a sigh of relief. Outside, the exquisite cat controlled by Xiao Mu did not attack. Instead, it surrounded the entire Moonlight City. The atmosphere was incomparably tense for a moment. On the other side, a demonic beast attacked. Lin Xian nodded and said to Gu Yu, "That's enough." Captured by Ling, Gu Yu controlled the 2 dark shadow bats and rushed out. It was a majestic palace. Ordinary people could not enter it. In the palace of the 9 Chong Tower, Bai Ling looked at the exquisite cat in her hand and smiled. It was too cute. All of a sudden, the surrounding void split open, and 2 dark shadow bats charged over. Who was it? Bai Ling roared and slapped out. She was also a genius. She had reached the Sage King realm. Therefore, she was very strong. However, it was useless. This time it was Gu Yu who attacked. Therefore, he quickly sealed Bai Ling and took her away. When the little maid came to invite Bai Ling for a meal, she found traces of a fight. Moreover, the person was gone. The little maid let out a frightened cry. Soon, the surrounding guards came. When they found out that Bai Ling had disappeared, their faces changed. Quickly go and search. Who was it? Who was so reckless? Chapter 4600. The experts of White Cloud Grotto searched quickly, but they did not find anything. They knew something was wrong and quickly informed White Cloud Grotto. When Bai Ling's grandfather heard about it, he shouted coldly and rushed over with his men. When they arrived at Moonshine City, they asked about the situation. Elder Bai's face turned ugly. He said, "Is there anything wrong with Linger recently?" The people around him shook their heads. A guard said, "Nothing unusual, but Princess Ling recently got a pet, exquisite cat." What? Exquisite cat? When the experts of White Cloud Grotto heard this, their faces turned ugly. What's going on? A Sage King said, "The demonic beasts were attacking Moonshine City, and the leader was a top-tier demonic beast, exquisite cat. Could it be that there was a relationship between the two?" Elder Bai's face changed instantly. "Take me out of the city." Elder Bai led the experts of White Cloud Grotto out of the city quickly. There were countless demonic beasts outside the city. In front of them, there was a huge figure in the clouds. Elder Bai went up to talk to it personally. He asked, "Fellow demonic beast, how did White Cloud Grotto offend you? Can you let go of my granddaughter?" exquisite cat had a powerful demonic general under her command. It was a terrifying divine eagle. He flew over and said coldly, "You people of White Cloud Grotto are reckless. How dare you capture our young master as a pet? Wait for your death." What? The faces of the people of White Cloud Grotto changed. Elderby said, "Is there a misunderstanding? My granddaughter did get a spirit beast, but she got it at an auction. If you really have a grudge, you should go to the auction. You should not go to my granddaughter. Cut the crap. Our king said that if you want your granddaughter, you can. I'll give you 1 day to gather 1,000,000 dragon marrow. Otherwise, I'll send your granddaughter to hell." What? 1,000,000 dragon marrow in 1 day? What a joke. Even if they were from White Cloud Grotto, they could not do it. These demonic beasts dared to ask for so much. An expert of White Cloud Grotto beside Elderby said, "Elder, why are you talking to him? Let's kill him together." That's right. How dare a mere demonic beast behave so atrociously in front of our paradise? That demonic beast sneered. "You can attack. This time, our king has invited a few terrifying overlords. If you fail, we will immediately take action. You have to think clearly." Elderby Zhang clenched his teeth. "Let's go back and discuss a plan. At the very least, we have to investigate clearly. What was the situation with the other party?" Elderby gnashed his teeth and returned to the Moonshine City with his people. It was impossible for them to gather 1,000,000 dragon essences in a day, so they had to think of other ways. At this moment, Lin Xian made his move. This was the opportunity he had been waiting for. He changed his appearance and became a genius of the Green Clan. He came to the front of Elderby's mansion. The guard went in to report. Elderby was already annoyed to begin with. When she heard those words, she said coldly no. The guard said that the young man said that he had a way. "Is there really a way?" The Saint King at the side said, "What could a young man do?" The young man claimed to be from a family of beast tamers. Elderby's eyes lit up. She knew that beast tamers were very famous in the Tianqian continent, even though they were not in their territory. Perhaps the young man really had a way. So she said, "Let him in." Soon, everyone saw a man in a black robe walk in and welcome them personally. How should I address this young man? Lin Xian said, "I am from Shanghai City, the Green Clan. I think you have heard of my family." Elderby's eyes lit up. Shanghai City was a very famous city. The Green Clan was also a top family. Perhaps the geniuses there really had a way. It turned out to be a genius from the Green Clan. Elderby was very happy. She said, "Young master, do you have a way?" Lin Xian said, "Very simple. My family of beast tamers naturally has a way to deal with those demonic beasts. However, I can't do it for no reason. Young master, if you have any requests, just say it." Lin Xian smiled. He said, "I came out this time mainly to improve my strength, so I need cultivation resources. Don't worry about that. As long as you can successfully rescue Linger, you will be an important guest of the White Cloud Cave. I can give you any cultivation resources you want. I can even bring you to the sacred cultivation ground of the White Cloud Cave." Lin Xian did not answer immediately. Elderby's eyes lit up when she saw the scene. She said a few words to her subordinates. Soon, a Saint King walked in with a storage ring in his hand. Elderby took it and said, "Young master, these resources are a gift for our first meeting. Young master, take it first. After the matter is done, I will definitely reward you greatly." Lin Xian took it and scanned it with his soul spirit. His lips curled up into a smile. "Not bad, it's really generous. It seems like Teacher Bai is really anxious." He kept it and said, "All right, don't worry. I will take action tomorrow morning. I have to prepare today. All right, young master, why don't you rest in my place?" Elderby said. Lin Xian shook his head. "No, I like freedom. Don't let others follow me. Don't worry, I understand." Then Elderby began to wait. Lin Xian kept the storage ring after he came out. Then a cold light flashed in his eyes. His plan had already begun. With the monsters he controlled now, even if he attacked the 6 great caves, he would not be able to defeat them completely. After all, he was not a great saint-level beast tamer. Therefore, he was prepared to drive a wedge between these great caves. These great caves were all under the misty peak. The 6 great caves were about the same strength, but they all had conflicts with each other. No one was willing to submit to the other. It could be said that they had fought many times in the dark. Lin Xian wanted to seize this opportunity to magnify the conflicts between these great caves. It would be best if these great caves were completely at odds with each other. That way, he could benefit from it and use the power of heaven to suppress them. Now he was preparing to gain the trust of the White Cloud Cave and then provoke the anger of the other great caves. He wanted them to fight with the White Cloud Cave. After returning to his own mansion, Lin Xian asked, "How did it go?" Gu Yu said that he had found someone from the Xiling Cave. This time, Lin Xian's target was a genius from the Violet Spirit Chamber, whose name was Zifeng. He was also a genius and he was very arrogant. The whole process was very simple. Lin Xian deliberately met with him, then fought with him for a treasure and took it away from him in front of him. Zifeng was naturally unhappy. He immediately attacked Lin Xian. Lin Xian slapped Purple Wind until his body and soul were obliterated. Chapter 46:01. The surrounding guards went crazy. They went forward to attack, but they were all killed by Lin Xian. Only one person was left. This person fled and reported to the others in the Grotto Heaven. Not long after, a group of Saint Kings arrived and surrounded Lin Xian. "Kid, how dare you attack the people of Purple Spirit Shaking Sky? Do you want to die? Kneel down and wait for death." The group of Saint Kings released terrifying killing intent. Lin Xian sneered. "You dare to threaten me? I think you are the ones who don't know death. Don't you know who I am? How dare you offend me? Get lost, or don't blame me for being rude." Those sage kings quickly took action. Lin Xian stood in the field and sneered. "You dare to attack me? You don't know death." His eyes shone brightly as he released his soul power. A few demonic beasts flew out from the black earth and swept across the area. A thunder beast opened its mouth and spat out terrifying thunderbolts. It turned into peerless thunderbolts that swept across everything. There was also one that spewed out a terrifying poison that instantly turned Saint King into ashes. The surrounding people roared crazily and quickly retreated. "Damn it, this guy can control demonic beasts. What is this? Could he be a beast tamer? Quickly inform our elders." Not long after, the elder of the Purple Spirit Grotto Heaven arrived. He shouted coldly. A few demonic beasts were not worth mentioning. In his opinion, these demonic beasts were mid-stage Saint Kings, and he was a late-stage Saint King. He did not believe that Lin Xian could fight against him. He stretched out a large hand and pressed down with monstrous laws. The surrounding people shook their heads and sighed. It was a pity that such a beast-tamer genius had offended a Grotto Heaven. He did not know death. He probably came from somewhere else and did not know how terrifying the Grotto Heaven was here. The Saint Kings of the Grotto Heaven sneered. "Oh, the elder is here?" Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. The few people that he had killed earlier were nothing compared to Lin Xian. If he could kill an elder, then the Purple Spirit Grotto Heaven would definitely go crazy. At that time, the effect might be better. So he snorted. The purple palm descended, and the 2 mid-stage Saint Kings turned into a bloody mist. That elder laughed uproariously. "Did you see that, brat? Your demonic beast couldn't even withstand a single blow from me." Lin Xian also snorted coldly. "You really are an idiot. Do you think I only have these 2 demonic beasts?" He summoned the ice-fire swan, and its huge figure appeared. Terrifying ice spread out in all directions, freezing everything. The terrifying flames burned and instantly enveloped the elder of the Violet Spirit Grotto. The elder from the Violet Spirit Grotto was struck by the impact. He retreated and spat out blood. His face was full of shock. Damn it, a late-stage Saint King, demonic beast. You actually possess such strength. He was truly stunned. No matter how he looked at it, this person looked like a young man. How could a young man possess such terrifying strength? It was really hard to believe. He was a top-notch beast-taming genius. So what? Whoever dared to make a move on their paradise, they could all go to hell. He roared at the sky, forming a terrifying imprint. Endless laws condensed into a mirror that pierced through heaven and earth. Boom! The ice shattered and the flames split apart. One had to admit that this elder strength was extremely powerful. The ice fire swan roared and quickly attacked. Its body transformed into more than 2 meters long, and like lightning it fought with the elder. At this moment, Lin Xian also activated the heavenly secret divine eye. A terrifying golden light enveloped the elder's soul. The elder's soul was severely injured. At this moment, the ice fire swan seized the opportunity and formed an ice blade and a fire sword, piercing through the elder's body. The elder was split into 2 halves. He let out a crazy roar, wanting to counterattack. However, Lin Xian activated the ice fire swan and firmly suppressed the elder's body. At the same time, the heavenly secret divine eye was activated again. Now, with Lin Xian's strength, it was not impossible for him to destroy the soul of a late-stage Saint King. Therefore, under his powerful eye technique and the attack of the ice fire swan, the elder's soul was destroyed. The surrounding people were stunned. This was an elder, a late-stage Saint King. But he actually died. It was really unbelievable. The expressions of the people from the grotto heaven also changed drastically. They quickly went to call for more elders. Not long after, another 2 elders came together. Lin Xian sneered. Kneel down and kowtow to admit your mistakes, and I'll spare you. He was too arrogant. Everyone's scalps went numb. At the same time, Lone Moon also quickly set off for Elder Bai's residence to pass the news to Elder Bai. After Elder Bai learned of the situation, his expression changed drastically. He immediately led people over. One had to know that Lin Xian had just promised to help him save his granddaughter. If he died at this time, then his granddaughter, Bai Ling, would probably die as well. Naturally, he would not allow such a thing to happen, so he quickly attacked. Kid, how dare you? No one has ever dared to kill an elder of our purple spirit grotto heaven. Even if you are a beast tamer, you will not be able to escape death today. The 2 elders walked over and stared at the ice fire swan. Although this was a rare beast, they believed that the 2 of them could suppress it together. Today, this kid would not be able to escape. Although the situation was critical, Lin Xian did not care. With his current strength, he could fight against a late-stage Holy King. Although there were 2 of them now, his identity was different. Now, he also had the power to control beasts. And he had several powerful beasts in his hands, so naturally he was not afraid. More importantly, he had already sensed it. Elder Bai was here. At this time, there was a roar between heaven and earth. All of you stop. Then, a few powerful figures descended. Someone was here. Were they this kid's helpers? The surrounding people who were watching also exclaimed in surprise. The people from Purple Spirit Grotto Heaven also snorted coldly and turned to look. When they saw Elder Bai, they frowned. Elder Bai, what is the meaning of this? Are you going to interfere in this matter? Elder Bai said that you can't kill this young Master Qing. He is my guest. Guest? The 2 elders from Purple Spirit Grotto Heaven snorted coldly. He killed our Purple Spirit geniuses and many experts. More importantly, he killed one of our elders. You said we can't kill him? What a joke. The moment he said that, Elder Bai's face changed. Heavens, it had only been half a day, and this kid had already done something so shocking? Damn it. He looked at Lin Xian and asked with a frown, Young master, what is going on? Lin Xian stood with his hands behind his back and said coldly, They are from Purple Spirit Grotto Heaven. They wanted to steal my things, so I naturally had to teach them a lesson. But I didn't expect them to send their underlings to kill me. Since that's the case, I naturally did it. Originally, the younger generation was fighting for the limelight, but their elder was shameless and wanted to attack me. I could only summon my demonic beast and kill him. It was that simple. Elder Bai, did you hear that? This kid is too arrogant. Are you still going to protect him? Elder Bai's face was ugly. He said, Young master, why don't you apologize to Purple Spirit Grotto Heaven, and then I will help you think of a solution. Apologize? What a joke. Why do I need to apologize to them? If they are unhappy, then fight. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Chapter 46:02. Also, Elder Bai, do you want to help him or me? Think carefully. If you help them, don't blame me for being rude. Also, what I promised you earlier on doesn't count. Hearing this, the faces of those from White Cloud Grotto changed. Elder Bai's face darkened as well. To be honest, no young man had ever dared to speak to him in such a manner. If it were in the past, he would have slapped the other party to death. But no, he still needed the other party. Elder Bai took in a deep breath. Seemed like he had to protect the other party first. Then he turned to those from Xiling Grotto and said, Guys, I'll protect this young man. If there's anything else, we can talk about it later. But not today. His thoughts were simple. After his granddaughter, Bai Ling, was rescued, he naturally wouldn't care about Lin Xian's life or death. Lin Xian knew what the other party was thinking. However, he didn't care. After all, this wasn't the only plan he had. He stood there with his hands behind his back and waited quietly. The faces of those from Xiling Grotto changed. What? They hadn't expected White Cloud Grotto to make such a decision. Are you sure? The two elders stared at Elder Bai with a cold expression. Elder Bai took in a deep breath and said to those beside him, Escort the young man and leave first. Leave this to me. At the back, the Saint King of White Cloud Grotto walked over and said, Young man, please. Lin Xian looked at those from Xiling Grotto and said coldly, You guys are lucky. On account of White Cloud Grotto, yours truly will let you guys off today. The next time you see me, don't blame me for striking. With that, he snorted coldly and left in big strides. Those from Xiling Grotto were about to go crazy. They wanted to strike, but they were stopped by Elder Bai. Guys, please listen to me. Elder Bai Yin left and went up. The surrounding people were stunned. They couldn't believe it. Someone could kill the elders of White Cloud Grotto and leave so calmly. Just who was this guy? To think that the people of White Cloud Grotto would protect him with all their might. All of a sudden, everyone started guessing about Lin Xian's identity. Elder Bai Yun explained. He was also willing to pay some resources as compensation, and he said that he only needed 3 days. After 3 days, he would no longer care about this brat. At that time, when the Violet Spirit Grotto Heaven made their move, he would no longer care. The people from Xiling Grotto Heaven gritted their teeth and said, Fine, Elder Bai, I'll give you face. 3 days later, we will personally kill this brat. The people of Xiling Grotto Heaven left, and the news spread out. In an instant, the entire city was in an uproar. Naturally, the people from the other Grotto Heavens also received this news. They were greatly shocked and began to investigate Lin Xian's identity. On the other side, Elder Bai heaved a sigh of relief. His expression turned cold. This time, he had paid a lot of treasures in exchange for 3 days of time. That damned fellow better be able to save his granddaughter. Otherwise, he would definitely tear that fellow into pieces. When they returned to the residence, Elder Bai asked if that fellow had gone out again. The two Saint Kings walked over and asked. No, they had been quietly waiting since they came back. Elder Bai nodded. That's good. Keep an eye on him and don't let him go out and cause trouble again. He snorted coldly. How could this genius of the Imperial Beast family be more arrogant than the geniuses of the Grotto Heavens? But thinking about it, the other party had many beasts protecting him. This was equivalent to having many experts protecting him. How could he not be arrogant? On this day, Elder Bai was very nervous. He was afraid that something would happen to Lin Xian again, but fortunately it was over peacefully. When the sun rose, he quickly arrived in front of Lin Xian's palace. He said, "Young master, are you done?" Lin Yuxuan opened the door with a cold expression. "Calling me so early in the morning? You're annoying me." Elder Bai gritted his teeth and laughed dryly. "Young master, please forgive me. After this matter is over, I will compensate you well." "There's no need for compensation, but you have to remember what you promised me. Let's go." With that, Lin Xian waved his hand and walked up. Elder Bai and the other experts of the Grotto Heavens followed him. The group rose into the air and left Moonshine City. The beasts outside the city were still there. The demon general from before, Shining, flew over and asked coldly, "How is it? Are you ready?" 1,000,000 dragon marrow. Hurry up and bring it over." Elder Bai gritted his teeth and looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian said, "Leave it to me." He walked forward. "I want to see your king." The demon general snorted. "Who are you?" Lin Xian released a terrifying aura. His gaze pierced through heaven and earth. A terrifying soul suppression appeared. The surrounding beasts were all frightened. The demon general was the same. He took a few steps back. Lin Xian smiled. "Now am I qualified to see him?" Shining said, "Follow me." Then he rose into the air and turned to Lin Xian. "Only you can come. Others are not allowed to come. Otherwise, don't blame us for taking action." Lin Xian looked at Elder Bai and the others. "Go back to the city and wait." With that, he left with Shining. Elder Bai and the others could only return to Moonshine City and wait anxiously. On the other side, Lin Xian came to the mountain. There was a huge creature in front of him. It was Ling Long. However, at this moment he was extremely respectful. Shen Ying also landed respectfully and knelt on one knee on the ground. "Greetings, master." An old man in front turned around and said with a smile, "Lin Gongzi, how is it?" The old man was Xiao Mu. This was all part of their plan. Lin Xian asked, "Where's that person?" Xiao Mu said, "Still locked up." Lin Xian nodded. Everything was going according to the plan. After staying for a while, he returned and left. He returned to Moonshine City. Seeing Lin Xian return, Elder Bai and the others went up to greet him. "Master, how is it? What happened? Did Ling not come back?" They saw that only Lin Xian had returned. Bai Ling did not come back at all. Elder Bai's face darkened, and a cold light bloomed in his eyes. He stared at Lin Xian. Lin Xian said indifferently, "I went to see your granddaughter. She is still alive." After saying that, he waved his hand and a light appeared. There was an illusion of Bai Ling in it. Ling, and Elder Bai exclaimed when they saw the scene. Then they asked, "Why didn't you save her?" Lin Xian said, "You can't blame me. If you want to blame someone, blame your granddaughter. She actually hurt that little cat. How could that evil beast do as he wished? I used my identity as a beast tamer family to intimidate them." Ling Long said, "Although I cannot kill your granddaughter, I must punish her. He will temporarily seal her for a month. After a month, he will release her. But don't worry, I have already talked to him. It will only be a seal, so you will not hurt your granddaughter." Seal. Elder Bai furrowed his brows tightly. Why did he feel that something was amiss? He showed a doubtful look. Lin Xian sneered. "Why? Don't you believe me? If you don't believe me, then I will leave. But after a month, without me, I am afraid your granddaughter will not be able to come back." Chapter 46:03. Elder Bai's pupils constricted. Then he forced a smile. "How could that be? Thank you, young master. Why don't you stay here for a month? I'll definitely treat you well. Why don't you come to my White Cloud Grotto Heaven for a while?" Lin Xian said, "No, I'll stay in Moonshine City first. But you can go to the Grotto Heaven to find some cultivation resources for me. Recently, I feel like I'm about to break through." Lin Xian waved his hand. He wouldn't be polite to him. Damn it. Elder by cursed in his heart. But he really couldn't do anything to him for a month. However, there was one more thing that worried him. That was the purple spirit, Grotto Heaven. Previously, he thought that his granddaughter would return the next day. He didn't expect that there was still a month. Then he couldn't fulfill his promise to them. He said, "Young master, you offended the purple spirit, Grotto Heaven. I'm afraid they won't let it go. So it's very dangerous for you to stay here." Lin Xian said, "So you don't intend to protect me?" Elder Bai was about to vomit blood. "Is this guy going to rely on me?" he said. "Although I'm also an elder of the Grotto Heaven, I can't represent the entire Grotto Heaven. I can only mobilize a small number of experts. This time, you offended the entire purple spirit, Grotto Heaven. If they really want to attack, I can't stop them." Lin Xian said it's okay. "You can stop as many as you can. Leave the rest to me." Lin Xian naturally didn't believe that they would help him with all their might. What he wanted to do was to make the two Grotto Heavens hostile to each other. Then it would be easy for him to make a move. Hence, he decided to stay here for the time being. He found a residence for himself and stayed there. Then he called Lone Moon back. At the same time, Xiaomu came back secretly. He was also worried about Lin Xian. With such a terrifying beast tamer like Xiaomu, Lin Xian wasn't worried at all. 3 days passed quickly. On this day, the purple spirit, Grotto Heaven, made a comeback. They were murderous and had many experts. Because they knew that Lin Xian could control beasts. The entire Moonshine City was shocked. Countless people were shocked. What happened? The violet spirit, Grotto Heaven, did not intend to let the matter rest. Did that guy not leave yet? Of course. They knew that Lin Xian had a battle with the Xiling Wonderland a few days ago. In their opinion, anyone smart enough would definitely leave, never to return again. However, he didn't expect Lin Xian to still be walking around here. He followed him to take a look. These people soared into the air and followed behind one another. Soon, they arrived in front of a mansion. "Brat, come out and accept your death." The people from the Xiling Grotto Heaven stood above the 9 heavens and looked down like supreme gods and devils. Below, the mansion was extremely quiet. There was no response at all. "Damn it, go down and take him down." As his voice fell, the surrounding Saint Kings attacked together. Monstrous laws swept downwards. Naturally, they knew that Lin Xian was a beastmaster. As such, they didn't dare to act rashly, and chose to attack from afar. The terrifying power covered the sky and covered the earth as it rushed toward the mansion below. Violent vibrations rang out as terrifying energy swept out in all directions. The people in the distance were terrified. With such an attack, the people inside would definitely die. Whong! Crack! Crack! However, at this moment, a terrifying frost swept out from the mansion below. It froze all the laws of magic and formed a world of ice and frost. What a terrifying frost! It could freeze everything. This young man was really something. The people watching the battle were discussing. The people from the Xiling Grotto Heaven looked gloomy. This time, an elder came in person. He held a battle sword in his hand and swept across the land. He shattered all the frost and arrived in the courtyard. However, as soon as he arrived, endless vines appeared around him and formed a cage enchantment to trap him. Damn it! Endless sword light burst out from his body and attacked in all directions. The terrifying sword energy slashed the vines and made a loud noise. However, the vines didn't break at all. Instead, they wrapped around him like chains. It didn't take long for him to be sealed. Damn it! The people from the Xiling Grotto Heaven were shocked. How terrifying! They didn't expect this guy to have so many terrifying beasts. Damn it! In the sky, a middle-aged man leading the Xiling Grotto Heaven shouted coldly, "Go down and save him." 2 elders rushed down. They were 2 late-stage Saint King elders. After they arrived, they attacked fiercely. One of them shot out a purple lightning that turned into a divine thunder and rushed down. In an instant, it pierced through the vines. The other person condensed a monstrous sea of fire. The purple flames turned into a phoenix and descended from the sky. In an instant, the vines in the sky were burned to ashes. The elder who was sealed also quickly retreated. When the people around saw this scene, they discussed. As expected of the Xiling Grotto Heaven, there were so many experts. No matter how strong that kid was, he probably couldn't withstand the attack of a Grotto Heaven. As expected, the 3 elders stood below and looked around coldly. The laws on their bodies burst out together. The ground below cracked, and a huge vine surrounded them to resist. At the same time, the power of ice and fire flew out. The 2 were in a stalemate and were evenly matched. At this moment, a dark shadow appeared in the sky and streaked across. Suddenly, the heads of the 2 elders flew up. Blood dyed the sky red. Countless people were shocked. What kind of method was this? It was too strong. In the void, a dark bat appeared. It had the wings of a bat, the body of a human, and a fang with a cold aura. It directly devoured the blood of the elders. This was also a late-stage Saint King beast. It was the king of assassination. It was extremely strong. Damn it. The 2 elders shouted angrily. Their bodies cracked and turned into a bloody mist before they escaped. The people watching the battle were shocked. It was too terrifying. In just an instant, 2 elders were seriously injured. As for the person below, he didn't even come out. It was really unbelievable. The people of the Xiling Grotto Heaven looked terrible. The middle-aged man who led the group walked down and said coldly, "Who exactly are you?" They naturally knew about beast tamers. But how could a young beast tamer be so powerful? In the void, Elder Bai was also shocked. He was also here. How could he not be here for such a big event? However, he didn't expect that he didn't have to do anything. Lin Xian's strength was completely beyond his imagination. It seemed like he had to reevaluate. Besides him, there were other experts from the other Grotto Heavens around. Their eyes were shining. If such a top genius could become their friend, he could help them control many powerful beasts. Thinking of this, the eyes of many from the Grotto Heavens lit up. The eyes of those from the Xiling Grotto Heaven were filled with endless murderous intent. No, such a genius had become their enemy. They had to get rid of him quickly. Chapter 46:04. A figure walked out from the palace below. Lin Xian looked around and snorted. "It's you guys again. I spared you guys because of White Cloud Grotto. I didn't expect you guys to be so reckless. Since that's the case, there's no need for you guys to leave. Damn, brat, you're finally out." The people from Xiling Grotto saw Lin Xian. They gritted their teeth. "Kill." They rushed down quickly. Lin Xian sneered. "Since you guys don't want to die, come at me." He used his eye technique. Immediately, the countless demonic beasts around him flew upwards. A huge battle broke out. The people from Xiling Grotto were extremely strong. However, Lin Xian had more beasts. One after another, huge figures with terrifying auras danced in the sky. The battle was intense. Lin Xian wasn't in any danger at all. When the people around saw this, they were all stunned. This young man was truly extraordinary. The number of demonic beasts he could control was simply too many. How strong was his soul power? The people from Xiling Grotto gritted their teeth. Damn it. They realized that they couldn't do anything to him. At this moment, the void tore apart as a gigantic hand grabbed down like a god of war, causing the sky to shatter. The gigantic hand instantly sent many of the beasts flying before grabbing at Lin Xian. Lin Xian's body flashed, and he quickly dodged. In the next moment, his face darkened. A Peak Sage King. The others were also shocked. They didn't expect that not only a Peak Sage King Elder was here, but a Peak Sage King Elder was here too. After the attack, an old man walked down from the sky. His powerful aura suppressed the surroundings. "Brat, no matter how strong you are, can you fight against me? Be obedient and surrender." The people from Xiling Grotto laughed proudly. The others looked terrible. Lin Xian stood with his hands behind his back. He said indifferently, Elder Bai, you've been watching for so long. Aren't you going to attack? In the void, Elder Bai was startled. He then walked out of the void. At this moment, his expression was incomparably serious. The people from Violet Spirit Grotto Heaven looked over and said, Elder Bai, we already gave you a lot of face before. I promised you that I would give him 3 days. Now that 3 days have passed, do you still want to attack? Are you sure you want to be enemies with my Xiling Grotto Heaven? The expert at the peak of the Saint King stage also looked over. Elder Bai's eyelids twitched. He was only a late-stage Saint King, facing a powerful existence at the peak of the Saint King stage. He also felt endless pressure. For a moment, he was stunned. Kid, without the White Cloud Grotto, let's see who can protect you. Those from Xiling Grotto Heaven gritted their teeth. They all walked up and knelt down obediently to accept their deaths. I will break all the bones in your body and let you know what it means to wish you were dead. The people watching from afar also shook their heads and sighed. It was such a pity that such a genius beast taming was lost. Indeed, no matter how strong he was no match for a peak stage Saint King. In the face of such a frightening scene, Lin Xian laughed heartily. Do you really think that you can contend against me with just the few of you? Is a peak stage Saint King very powerful? You're just SOSO in front of me. You don't have the right to be arrogant. Looks like you won't give up until you see the coffin. The elder shook his head and attacked decisively. This attack was extremely terrifying. It was as if he had used the law to its peak. The people around felt immense pressure and were all pushed back. Some people were directly injured. Lin Xian's face was also cold. However, at this moment, Xiao Mu in the palace made his move. He used the hallucinatory melody. A demonic beast flew out. Boom! A flaming figure flew past and turned into lightning, attacking the palm. In the next moment, an earth-shattering sound was heard. The palm split open, and monstrous flames enveloped the expert. The expert was terrified. Who was it? With a roar, he punched out again. The fist shadow, with terrifying power, blocked the flames. The terrifying flames danced and fell in all directions. Suddenly, the experts from Xiling Grotto Heaven screamed in pain. Quite a number of people were instantly burned to ashes. Among them, 2 of the elders had actually fallen. This scene scared everyone out of their wits. What kind of flames were these? How could they be so terrifying? Damn it, this was the power of a peak stage Saint King. They really did not expect Lin Xian to be able to counterattack in such a situation. He even severely injured Xiling Grotto Heaven. The people from Xiling Grotto Heaven were also pale as they quickly retreated to the back. The peak stage Saint King gritted his teeth. What was that? His gaze pierced through heaven and earth. In the next moment, his pupils shrank. He saw a figure covered in flames, floating in the void. Vermilion bird, he exclaimed. It was a 3-eyed vermilion bird. There was a vertical eye in the middle of the vermilion bird's brows. It carried an extremely terrifying law of fire. Why? You still want to kill me now? I have said that you don't have the right to be arrogant in front of me. Lin Xian stood on the back of the vermilion bird and sneered. How could this be? This guy could control a peak stage Saint King? What level had he reached? The peak stage Saint King from Xiling Grotto Heaven had an extremely ugly expression. This flame was a fatal threat to him. The others did not dare to step forward. Who exactly are you? Lin Xian said arrogantly with his hands behind his back. I have said that I am from the Green Clan, and I have already joined the Myriad Transformation Sect. Not only did you offend a top beast-taming family, but you also offended the Myriad Transformation Sect. What? Myriad Transformation Sect? Many people were puzzled. However, the faces of the Grotto Heaven members changed drastically. They had heard that this sect was extremely terrifying. It was not in their region, but on this continent. It was a sect on the same level as the Ethereal Peak. It was even more powerful than the Ethereal Peak. They did not expect this young man to have such a shocking background. Elder Bai was extremely regretful. He was extremely regretful now. If he had taken action earlier, he could have improved the relationship between both parties. However, he was now afraid of offending the other party. Elder Zhang, what should we do? The people from Xialing Grotto Heaven asked. The peak stage Saint King frowned. This was not a small matter. Let's go back and discuss it with the other Saint Kings. He could not make up his mind. These people turned around and prepared to leave. Lin Xian laughed. What? You think you can come and go as you please? Who do you think I am? His voice was like thunder, causing the people from Xialing Grotto Heaven to stop in their tracks. Their faces turned ugly. The peak stage Saint King turned around and gritted his teeth. Then, what do you want? What do I want? So many of you from the older generation came to kill me. If I did not have the strength, I would have died long ago. Now, what do you think I want? Do you think I am easy to bully? Do you want me to inform my family or ask the experts from the Myriad Transformation sect to come here and reason with you? The people from Xialing Grotto Heavens' faces changed. No matter which one it was, they could not afford to offend them. Therefore, the leading Saint King gritted his teeth and said, Calm down. We did not know your identity before. Moreover, you have killed many of our people. Why don't we stop here? Impossible. Lin Xian rejected directly. Your people challenged me first. If you don't give me a satisfactory result today, don't blame me for being rude.